The world is filled with unsolved mysteries that challenge our understanding of the past. How did ancient civilizations move massive stone blocks? The question of the secrets of ruins left by long-forgotten cultures continues to puzzle researchers. Legends of lost knowledge, gods, and impossible maps are as intriguing as the mysterious technologies that preceded their time. Enigmatic traces scattered from Siberia to Egypt leave us bewildered. For instance, structures aligned with stars indicate profound astronomical knowledge. The study of the Pyramids of Giza is an extraordinary journey into the depths of history, beginning more than 3,000 years ago when these magnificent structures were erected in the heart of Egypt. Can you imagine how the first European researchers, such as Herodotus in the 5th century BC, gazed upon these colossal monuments? Their impressions were filled with awe and wonder, for the pyramids not only impress with their size, but also raise numerous questions. The Great Pyramid of Khufu, the largest of the three pyramids, has managed to keep its secrets for centuries. This monumental structure, standing at 146 meters tall, was the tallest man-made structure on Earth for nearly 4,000 years, and its grandeur continues to captivate people's hearts. You may wonder how the ancient Egyptians were able to construct such a complex structure with such precision. The geometric accuracy of the Great Pyramid's sides is astonishing. It is perfectly aligned with the cardinal directions with an error of less than 15 degrees. Picture yourself standing at the base of this pyramid, looking up at its peak, feeling history seep into your consciousness. The first researchers who encountered this monumental structure could not help but be amazed by how all the elements of the pyramid were meticulously calculated and executed with precision that still impresses modern engineers. Inside the pyramid lies a complex system of corridors and chambers that also raise many questions. How was it possible to create such spaces using primitive tools? Scientists continue to study these mysteries, trying to understand the methods used by the builders. As you delve deeper into the study of these magnificent structures, you begin to realize that every detail has significance, from the arrangement of the blocks to the angle of the walls. Each pyramid seems to hold stories about its creators, about how they used their knowledge of mathematics and astronomy to create these wonders. Your imagination takes you back in time when you picture thousands of workers laboring over the construction of these monuments, breathing in dust and the heat of the sun, yet filled with hope that their work would immortalize the memory of their pharaohs. The Pyramids of Giza, these stone giants, continue to be objects of study and discussion, and their grandeur seems to never fade. You can almost feel time stand still when you stand before these ancient monuments, immersing yourself in their history, full of mysteries and secrets. Each pyramid, each stone, seems to whisper about its past, and you cannot help but ponder how they were built, what knowledge and technologies were available to the ancient Egyptians. Thus, you continue to explore, and in every detail you uncover new aspects of this wondrous civilization, which, despite its antiquity, leaves traces that cannot be erased. You continue your immersion into the world of the Pyramids of Giza, where you encounter an extraordinary spectrum of engineering challenges that the ancient Egyptians faced when constructing these magnificent structures. You can imagine millions of stone blocks, each weighing up to 80 tons, and grasp the colossal effort required to transport them from quarries to the construction site. How did the builders manage such a task? One of the leading hypotheses suggests the use of wooden sledges for transporting blocks over land. You can picture workers rolling these massive stones over sandy dunes, while others wet the sand in front of the sledges to reduce friction and ease their movement. This discovery fills you with a sense of wonder. A simple solution based on observing nature allowed people to achieve the extraordinary. But this is only part of the mystery. You can also ponder how the blocks were raised to such heights, as each pyramid consists of many levels, requiring special methods for their construction. Researchers have proposed several theories about ramps that could have been used to lift the stones. You can visualize straight, spiral, and internal ramps made of clay bricks and stones, enabling workers to raise enormous blocks to great heights. Each type of ramp has its own advantages and disadvantages, and scientists continue to debate which method was most effective. Your imagination paints a picture of ancient craftsmen using their knowledge of mechanics and physics to create these wonders. You feel the history filling you as you think about modern experiments aimed at recreating the methods of construction. Researchers are trying to replicate the achievements of the ancients to understand how they managed such complex tasks. You can almost hear the sounds of tools, the hammer striking the stone, and the rustle of sand beneath the feet of workers who, despite the challenges, continued to move forward with determination and faith in the future. Each theory and hypothesis brings new details that help you better understand this unique culture. You realize that the construction of the pyramids was not just physical labor, but also the result of a deep understanding of the surrounding world, a fusion of science and art, work and inspiration. As you delve into the details, you begin to feel that these stone giants are not just monuments of the past, but symbols of human resilience and ingenuity. You understand that even millions of years later, these structures continue to inspire and amaze, leaving behind countless questions that you are still seeking answers to. You are immersing yourself in the mysterious world of the internal structure of the Pyramids of Giza, where each discovery reveals new facets of ancient craftsmanship. Imagine dark, enigmatic corridors crossing massive stone blocks and numerous chambers that once housed the treasures and secrets of the pharaohs. Your steps lead you to the king's chamber, a grand room containing a granite sarcophagus. You can feel a slight chill emanating from the walls and picture how this sacred corner was once filled with ritualistic sounds and the aromas of incense. Here, in the half-light, you realize that every detail was thought out, from the angle of the walls to the placement of the entrance, to ensure maximum protection and harmony. You continue your journey and stop at the Queen's chamber, where, despite its smaller size, the same atmosphere of sanctity and mystery prevails. You can feel the energy of this place penetrating you, evoking a deep respect for the ancient craftsmen. How did they conceive and design these spaces? You wonder how they could have known that every crack and curve would have significance thousands of years later. Between the chambers lies the Great Gallery, an ideally carved passage leading to the king's chamber. You ascend its sloping floor and notice how the light, filtering through narrow slits, creates magical patterns on the walls. High ceilings lined with blocks create a sense of grandeur and majesty, and you can almost hear the echo of the steps of ancient priests who once walked here, preparing for important rituals. Each step along this gallery seems to transport you to another time, to a world where magic and reality intertwine. However, it is not only the architecture of these pyramids that fills you with wonder. Modern technologies reveal new mysteries to you. You hear about muon tomography, a method that uses cosmic particles to study internal structures without destruction. The Scan Pyramids project, initiated in 2017, allows researchers to discover previously unknown voids and corridors. You can imagine how scientists using this innovative approach achieve remarkable results, uncovering hidden spaces that could change our understanding of these ancient structures. Each new finding adds layers of mystery to the already complex and intriguing internal structure of the pyramids. You feel a sense of the researcher awakening within you as you realize that, despite all scientific achievements, these pyramids continue to hold their secrets. You can almost feel the cold wind passing through unfamiliar corridors, bringing with it the whisper of history. Each discovery, each investigation fills you with awe and reverence for the power of human intellect and spirit. Gradually, you begin to understand that each of these discoveries, each new fact about the internal structure of the pyramids, is not just information, but a chance to connect with the past, with those who once lived and worked on these sacred lands. You ponder how, over the centuries, people have sought answers to questions that concern not only them, but all of humanity. These pyramids become not just stone constructions, but living witnesses to epochs that, despite all changes, continue to inspire and amaze, opening new horizons for understanding and research. You continue to delve into the world of the Pyramids of Giza and realize that their purpose extends beyond mere burial functions. Archaeologists traditionally view these monumental structures as tombs for pharaohs, where their bodies could find rest and protection in the afterlife. This is the primary archaeological theory widely accepted. Pharaohs, as sons of gods, required grand burial chambers that reflected their status and power. However, over time, other hypotheses have emerged, challenging this singular interpretation. You can imagine researchers, driven by curiosity, asking questions that lead them to new discoveries. One such researcher is Robert Bauval, who proposed that the pyramids were built with astronomical alignments in mind. He noted that the positions of the three main pyramids of Giza correspond to the stars of the Orion constellation in the night sky. This revelation evokes a sense of wonder and admiration in you. You begin to picture ancient Egyptians observing the night sky, understanding that stars could be their guides in eternity. This concept adds new meaning to what you see. The pyramids become not only places of burial, but also astronomical observatories, helping people connect with the cosmos. Your thoughts go further, and you ponder how these structures could have served as sources of energy. Graham Hancock, another renowned researcher, suggested that the form and materials of the pyramids could have been used to create energy fields that influenced the surrounding environment. You feel this idea filling your consciousness, raising questions about how ancient masters could have known about such concepts. The pyramids may not have been merely architectural achievements, but powerful energy centers that harness the power of the earth and cosmos. You reflect on how these alternative theories change your perception of the pyramids, transforming them into multi-layered symbols that unite history, science, astronomy, and even philosophy. Each of these hypotheses offers you a deeper understanding of how ancient cultures interacted with the world around them, how they sought answers to eternal questions about life and death and their place in the universe. You feel this understanding filling you with peace and tranquility, allowing you to connect with those who lived many centuries ago. Your soul is filled with respect for the wisdom of the past, and you embrace this journey as an opportunity not only to learn, but also to feel a connection with all those who have ever gazed upon these magnificent structures and sought answers in them. You continue your extraordinary journey through the pyramids of Giza, feeling their grandeur fill your mind. Each of these monumental structures, built more than 5,000 years ago, seems to hold secrets of antiquity that are now revealed to you. You realize that the placement and orientation of the pyramids perfectly align with key astronomical events and constellations, highlighting the advanced knowledge of the ancient Egyptians. As you already know, the three main pyramids of Giza, those of Khufu, Khafre, and Menkaure, are aligned in a line that corresponds to the position of the stars in the Orion constellation. You can imagine the ancient astronomers standing under a clear sky, observing the movement of the stars and understanding that they could use these celestial bodies as guides in their lives, their beliefs, and their rituals. This discovery fills you with awe and wonder as you ponder how people of that time, without modern telescopes and technology, could achieve such a level of astronomical understanding. You feel that these ancient builders had access to knowledge that today seems almost mystical. Scientific research shows that the Egyptians used simple tools, such as ropes and primitive levels, to align their structures with remarkable precision. This makes you reflect on the immense effort and wisdom invested in every detail and how these knowledge were passed down through generations. You can almost feel their hearts beating in sync with the rhythms of nature as they sought harmony with the cosmos, creating architectural masterpieces that have endured for centuries. This astronomical orientation allows you to consider how the ancient Egyptians not only built their pyramids, but also created an entire system of worldview in which celestial bodies played a key role. You begin to feel that the pyramids were not just tombs, but part of a complex astronomical map connecting Earth and heaven, life and the afterlife. Your soul is filled with serenity as these knowledge about stars and the cosmos, perhaps, were not only scientific but also spiritual, enriching the lives of those who used them. You understand that each star in the sky could have been a symbol, a guiding thread, connecting them with the gods and eternity. This idea that astronomy and spirituality were intertwined in ancient Egypt fills you with a sense of unity with those who lived so long ago, and you allow yourself to immerse in this atmosphere where science and faith merge. You continue to ponder how these knowledge about stars and their movements could influence the daily lives of the ancient Egyptians, how they used astronomical events to determine the time for planting and harvesting, to organize religious rituals and festivals. You can feel how this deep connection with nature and the cosmos created a unique bond between people and the world around them, filling their lives with meaning and harmony. This aspect of ancient Egyptian culture opens up a whole universe of possibilities where every moment of life was infused with understanding and respect for the great mystery of life and death, as well as the mysteries of the universe. You are immersed in the atmosphere of mysteries surrounding the construction of the Pyramids of Giza, and you feel as if the magic of the ancient world envelops your thoughts. The walls of these magnificent structures hold not only incredible stories about their creators, but also traces of technologies that may have been lost over the centuries. Your soul fills with curiosity as you begin to imagine how engineers and builders of that time used unexpected methods to create these grand monuments. Research by specialists like Christopher Dunn opens new horizons of understanding for you. His work points to the remarkably smooth and polished surfaces of the internal blocks of the pyramids, which seem too perfect for the tools known in ancient Egypt. You can feel your imagination painting pictures of ancient craftsmen who may have used technologies that today seem fantastical. The contrast between what you know about the tools available in that era and what you see on these monuments evokes a sense of wonder and awe. You catch yourself thinking that some traces of tools look as if they were created using modern technologies, and this anomaly remains unexplained by standard archaeological methods. How could such ancient times have possessed technologies that were ahead of their time? You ponder this, feeling your consciousness delve into reflections on lost knowledge that may once have belonged to humanity. But it's not just the technologies that pique your interest. The very atmosphere of the pyramid construction seems permeated with an aura of mystery. How could thousands of workers who may not have had access to modern tools and technologies have created such monumental structures? You can picture their hands laboring tirelessly, using the power of nature and their knowledge to move enormous stone blocks with simple levers and the force of gravity. Your soul fills with respect for these ancient builders who likely knew how to work in harmony with nature, using its power to achieve their goals. These reflections open up a vast ocean of possibilities in your consciousness, where knowledge and technologies can be linked to deeper truths about humanity and its place in the world. You feel as if this idea of lost technologies and anomalies left behind by the ancient Egyptians helps you look at history from a new perspective, where each discovery becomes not just a fact, but a key to understanding our own place in the cosmos. Perhaps these pyramids serve not only as tombs, but also as signs indicating that humanity has always striven for knowledge and understanding, even if these knowledge were lost in the flow of time. You allow yourself to be drawn into this stream of thoughts like into an endless ocean where each wave brings new discoveries and understandings, and you realize that the search for answers to these questions can become your own journey through the vast expanses of history. You continue your journey through the mysteries of ancient Egypt and feel the enigmatic aura of the Pyramids of Giza enveloping you like a soft silk. Your attention is drawn to the phenomenon known as the Curse of the Pharaohs, which has become the subject of numerous myths and rumors. These stories surround the tombs that conceal the secrets of the past, and your imagination begins to paint pictures of ancient rituals and protective spells that could have guarded the repose of the dead. You envision the tension that hung in the air during the opening of Tutankhamun's tomb by Howard Carter, as if anticipating something extraordinary. After the tomb was opened, revealing magnificent treasures and artifacts, strange events began to occur. Rumors that Lord Carnarvon, who sponsored the excavations, died suddenly after the tomb was opened, only served to intensify fears and superstitions. You can feel the darkness that shrouded this moment, and the fear of the unknown that penetrated the hearts of people. These tragic events, occurring in the context of discoveries, gave rise to a whole series of myths about the dead pharaohs seeking revenge on those who disturbed their peace. You ponder how this mystical element adds depth and mystery to the already awe-inspiring monuments like the Pyramids of Giza, and how many researchers and archaeologists who encountered mysterious occurrences began to believe in the power of the curse. But you also realize that behind this mysticism could lie something more mundane. Some scientists suggest that human bodies could have encountered ancient bacteria or mold that remained in the tombs, creating dangerous health conditions for those who opened them. You can feel your consciousness smoothly transitioning between mysticism and science, like the wind wandering through the expanses of the desert. Perhaps these curses are nothing more than the result of human fears and superstitions passed down through generation. Your reflections on how the ancient Egyptians might have used protective spells and rituals spark your interest in their culture and beliefs. You feel how every aspect of their lives was imbued with a sense of sacrality, and how their concepts of the afterlife might have been the reason for the creation of these mighty pyramids. They served not only as tombs, but also as symbols of the connection between this world and the world of spirits. You understand that this phenomenon of the curse of the pharaohs adds another layer to the enigmatic heritage of ancient Egypt, making you ponder how deeply intertwined history and human emotions are. Each discovery and each mystery becomes a part of a vast mosaic where fears and hopes, faith and doubts intertwine into a single picture, and your thoughts continue to wander through this extraordinary world filled with secrets and discoveries, waiting to be revealed. As you slowly make your way towards the base of the Pyramids of Giza, you feel the grandeur of these ancient structures filling you with awe. Each of these colossal buildings, constructed from countless blocks of stone, seems to breathe history, and images of those who labored to create them begin to form in your mind. You can almost hear the sounds of heavy stones sliding across the sand and the whispers of workers who were likely filled with hopes and dreams of eternal life for their pharaohs. Despite decades of research, many questions about how these monumental structures were built remain unanswered. You notice how the sun's light cast long shadows on the sand, creating an air of mystery, as many aspects of their construction and purpose are still shrouded in secrecy. Some researchers suggest that complex systems of pulleys and levers were used to build the pyramids, while others claim that the technologies of ancient Egyptians were far more advanced than we can imagine. Your imagination paints pictures of possible methods used by the ancient builders and how these technologies might have been lost over time. The pyramids served not only as tombs for the pharaohs, but also as powerful symbols of their power and divinity. You envision the complex rituals that may have taken place within these immense structures, filled with sacred magic that connected the worlds of the living and the dead. Each stone seems to hold a secret, and your reflections on the hidden aspects of their purpose create an atmosphere of deep introspection. Every step you take on this sacred ground fills you with a sense of connection to those who lived here thousands of years ago. You realize that the Pyramids of Giza continue to inspire interest and wonder among scientists and researchers from around the world. And this sense of living history that never fades envelops you. You pause and inhale the fresh air, feeling a sense of calm as you understand that these ancient structures are not only architectural achievements, but also symbols of humanity's unending quest for knowledge and understanding. They stand here as witnesses to the endless flow of time, reminding us that even the greatest mysteries may remain unsolved, and this only adds to their uniqueness and significance in our world. You feel your heart fill with respect and admiration for the greatness of human thought and labor that created these giant monuments. Your soul finds peace in the realization that the Pyramids of Giza may never reveal all their secrets, but it is precisely this mystery that makes them even more captivating, like enigmatic stars in the night sky that beckon us with their light and inspire us to explore them. You continue your journey, and your gaze is transported to the distant, mysterious desert of Nazca in Peru. Here, amidst the vast sandy expanses, hidden are the extraordinary geoglyphs, giant images that seem to have been drawn by the gods themselves. You can imagine standing on the ground and not even suspecting their existence, for these colossal figures remain almost invisible from the usual level, as if nature itself conceals them from human eyes. But from the height where your thoughts can soar, they reveal themselves in all their glory. With the development of aviation in the early 20th century, pilots crossing the skies over this boundless space first noticed these awe-inspiring creations. You can almost hear their exclamation as they spot the lines and figures carved into the earth, stretching for kilometers, creating enigmatic images that seem to have been created with cosmic precision. Their sizes are breathtaking. Some of these drawings reach over 300 meters in length. Your heart skips a beat as you realize that these lines might be connected to astronomical phenomena, possible animal migration routes, or even ritual sites. Researchers still puzzle over the meaning of these images, from giant hummingbirds to mysterious monkeys. You can picture the ancient inhabitants of this region possibly creating these geoglyphs to communicate with gods or to attract rain to this arid land. Each time you ponder this, your imagination takes you back to a time when people standing on these lands could see only sand and sky, but their hearts harbored hope for something greater. Pilots who first saw these lines were amazed at how perfectly they blended with the landscape and how they remained invisible to those who couldn't soar in the skies. You immerse yourself in thoughts about how these images could have preserved secrets waiting to be discovered, and how they continue to evoke wonder and admiration among researchers and travelers eager to unravel their mysteries. The desert of Nazca, with its lifeless sands and bright sky, becomes a living canvas on which the stories of ancient people continue to unfold, and your heart fills with awe at this magic. Each step you take, each breath you take, becomes part of this mysterious dance between past and present. You understand that these geoglyphs, like the Pyramids of Giza, are a reminder that humanity has always sought to leave a mark on this earth, and this desire continues to inspire you to seek knowledge and understanding of the world around you. You pause for a moment to enjoy the silence that envelops you and feel the waves of tranquility seeping into your soul as you allow yourself to be overwhelmed by this sense of wonder and peace. You once again immerse yourself in this mysterious world, and your gaze sweeps across the boundless expanse of the Nazca Desert, where geoglyphs emerge from the sand and sun, captivating with their diversity and scale. Each figure, each line seems to breathe history, telling tales of the time when ancient cultures sought connection with the heavens. Your attention is drawn to the enormous monkey, one of the most famous geoglyphs, with its long, curved tails and expressive features. You can almost feel it playing in the shade, leaping from branch to branch, as if its life continues even through the centuries. Then you turn to the hummingbird, this tiny yet remarkable creature that appears as light as a feather, its wings spread in flight, conveying a sense of freedom and tranquility. You imagine how the ancient inhabitants creating this geoglyph might have seen it as a symbol of hope, as if calling upon these tiny beings to bring rain and fruit to their land. And there is the spider, majestic and enigmatic, with its delicate, graceful legs stretched out over a vast area, and you wonder how it could have been depicted with such precision on such a scale without modern tools and technologies. You feel your imagination transport you back in time, when every line and curve was imbued with deep meaning, something more than just artistic expression. And here before you is the astronaut man, a figure that sparks many questions and debates among researchers. You can almost feel his presence, as if he is ready to ascend into the sky, leaving behind mysteries and enigmas that hint at the connection between ancient and modern notions of the cosmos. You realize that these images, besides their beauty, inspire awe with their accuracy as lines stretching for kilometers and geometric shapes, triangles and trapezoids, seem perfectly measured, as if created with modern technology. You feel as if you are not just looking at a picture, but a whole universe full of questions and mysteries that researchers still strive to unravel. Why these figures? What significance did they hold for those who created them? You feel your heart fill with awe at the grandeur of these creations, and with each moment you sink deeper into a world where every image is a window into the past, and the desert itself becomes a living witness to ancient knowledge and skills that have endured through the ages. You realize that the lines of Nazca are not just geoglyphs, but something more, symbols that continue to inspire and amaze, inviting you to become a part of this extraordinary story, where every stroke and every line blend in harmony with the surrounding nature, creating a unique symphony that echoes still. You continue your journey along the mysterious lines of Nazca, and at this moment, new horizons of understanding open up to you. You ponder how the ancient Nazca people could have created such magnificent geoglyphs, which continue to stir the minds of researchers every day. You imagine them starting their work, clearing dark, oxidized stones from the surface, revealing the light soil that served as a canvas for their creations. Each movement of their hands might have been imbued with sacred meaning, for they were not merely drawing, they were creating connections between heaven and earth, between people and nature. However, as you delve deeper into your thoughts, you realize that there are still many questions that remain, like stars shining in the night sky. How could they achieve such remarkable precision and scale standing on the ground and unable to see their creations in their entirety? You picture ancient artists standing on one side of a geoglyph, attempting to measure distances with primitive tools, leaving lines that seem perfectly aligned and proportional. This evokes both admiration and slight bewilderment, as even modern researchers like Joe Davison have conducted experiments to reproduce the lines using simple tools. You can almost feel their struggles in maintaining scale, which makes you wonder about the engineering challenges that faced the ancient Nazca. It becomes clear that they must have developed methods that remain a mystery to this day. Perhaps they used simple tools like long ropes to orient themselves and ensure the straightness of their creations, but how could they maintain the correct proportions while remaining on the ground? You catch yourself thinking that to create such geoglyphs as the astronaut, they needed not only precise measurement but also a deep understanding of geometry and astronomy. You can imagine them observing the sky, recording the positions of stars and planets to ensure their lines and forms corresponded to something greater than mere artistic expression. Each thought opens new facets of their world, and in this moment you understand that these geoglyphs are not just images, but entire stories that continue to unfold in your mind. You feel your own questions about the ancient methods of creating the lines of Nazca becoming part of this extraordinary journey where science and art merge into one. Your soul fills with a sense of deep connection to these people who may have left their marks on this earth to share their dreams and aspirations, their faith in the connection with the cosmos and nature. You once again immerse yourself in this state of awe and tranquility, understanding that each of your breaths becomes part of this endless symphony where ancient mysteries and modern discoveries intertwine in a dance of time. As you continue your journey, your thoughts about the Nazca Lines begin to take on new forms in this peaceful space. You delve into a world of hypotheses that weave together this extraordinary mosaic of conjectures and discoveries. One of the most famous theories belongs to the distinguished researcher Maria Rieker, who dedicated her best years to studying these enigmatic lines. You can imagine her with a sense of devotion wandering through the desert, marking each line, each figure, and how her heart would fill with awe as she realized that these geoglyphs could be more than just art, but an astronomical calendar. She believed that the lines pointed to significant points of the sun's solstices, as if calling people to pay attention to the celestial cycles that were connected to their lives. You can almost feel the sun's rays on your shoulders as you look out at the horizon, envisioning the ancient Nazca people tracking the sun's movement and marking important events filled with meaning and significance. But this is not the only theory floating in the air. You also hear about other theories that consider the lines as ritual paths along which processions were held, connected to water cults. It's as if, in this silence of the desert, you can hear the echoes of footsteps, people like you, seeking a connection to something greater. This evokes a sense of deep connection to nature as you imagine them following these lines, filled with hopes and prayers, turning their hearts to deities who could bring them rain and life. And you realize that each line seems to whisper to you about ancient rituals and beliefs that were part of their existence. Your soul fills with peace as you understand that these paths could have led to the source of life. The underground water source is known as Pukios. You can picture the inhabitants of ancient cultures using these lines to find water in this harsh climate, where every drop could be a lifesaver. Your imagination paints pictures filled with pride and wisdom, where knowledge of the land and its resources was passed down from generation to generation. This opens up a whole world where science and spirituality intertwine, creating a unique experience that you share with the ancient inhabitants of these lands. You realize that each hypothesis, each theory is not just cold facts, but living stories that continue to resonate in your heart as you breathe in sync with this ancient place. You can almost hear their voices, their dreams, their hopes shining like stars, even in the darkness. And in this state of meditation and peace, you feel your own thoughts about the purpose of the Nazca Lines becoming part of this eternal dialogue where science and art, faith and knowledge merge into a single symphony. You continue your journey along the mysterious lines of Nazca, and your attention is drawn to unconventional theories about their origin, which seem to weave like magical threads into the fabric of public consciousness. You can feel the aura of mystery in the air when you hear about one of the most provocative hypotheses proposed by Erich von Däniken. He suggested that these magnificent lines could serve as nothing other than landing strips for extraterrestrials. You can imagine how, in his imagination, images of alien beings descending from the heavens in their spacecraft, landing on these giant geoglyphs created by ancient hands, come to life. Despite the lack of archaeological evidence and its apparent naivety, this theory has captivated millions, highlighting how the lines of Nazca remain shrouded in a veil of mystery that science has yet to fully unravel. You can sense how this opens the doors of imagination, inviting you to ponder the possibilities that lie beyond the familiar perception of reality. This idea not only sparks interest, but also makes you reflect on our place in the universe, on how we seek answers to questions that may be far more complex than we can imagine. You notice how such theories, despite lacking factual foundations, become part of a cultural myth that many believe in because they reflect our desire to understand something greater than ourselves. Each of these ideas, like a star in the night sky, ignites in your consciousness, evoking excitement and wonder as you contemplate the infinite possibilities that may lie hidden behind these mysterious lines. You can almost hear the whispers of ancient voices asking, "What if?" and "Why?" This sense of participation in the search for answers, in research that transcends the ordinary, fills you with a sense of tranquility and peace. You understand that even if not all theories can be confirmed, they become part of an endless dialogue about human experience, about how we perceive the world around us and strive to understand our history in the context of the universe. And in this quiet contemplation, you feel your heart open to new ideas, allowing yourself to be part of this extraordinary journey where science and fantasy, facts and dreams intertwine in a single pursuit of truth. As you continue your journey through this mysterious world, your thoughts once again turn to the lines of Nazca, to their extraordinary preservation over the centuries. You can feel how time here seems to stand still, and the surrounding desert holds not only secrets but also testimonies to the grandeur of an ancient civilization. Watching the sun slowly sink towards the horizon, you realize that the unique climatic conditions of the Nazca Desert have played a crucial role in preserving these gigantic geoglyphs. You can imagine how the almost complete absence of rain, which has been observed here for many years, creates ideal conditions for the lines to remain unchanged and clearly visible. Only rare drops of rain falling to the ground seem to whisper that time here flows differently. The wind that occasionally sweeps through the desert also has its secrets, but instead of destroying, it gently caresses these signs, forming their unique texture. You can feel the soft, warm sand beneath your feet, which not only holds the heat of the sun but also protects these ancient lines from destructive influences. Sandstorms that occasionally cover this area add a layer of mystery, but they cannot diminish the grandeur of these geoglyphs. Each step you take brings you closer to understanding how nature and human creativity intertwine in a single dance, creating something truly extraordinary. You can imagine how the ancient Nazca people, creating these lines, intuitively felt that their creations would speak to future generations. In this realization, you feel harmony, as if you yourself become a part of this endless history where each line reflects not only skill but also a deep connection with the surrounding world. You notice how images begin to form in your consciousness, how these lines created by human hands served some purpose, but also became a symbol of eternity hidden in nature. You can almost feel the wind carrying your thoughts into infinity, and the desert filling with a soft whisper that invites you to delve into contemplation of time, space, and how it all relates to your own existence. Each line, each geoglyph you see, becomes not just an image, but a whole story told in the language of the earth, which you begin to understand. In this quiet contemplation, you feel your heart fill with wonder and admiration, and you allow yourself to be a part of this magical moment when you touch eternity, encapsulated in the lines of Nazca. You pause and allow your thoughts to immerse themselves in the enigmatic world of the Nazca lines. Looking around, you notice how each geoglyph seems not just an image, but a mysterious message left for future generations. These lines, so skillfully carved into the earth, may serve not only as navigational aids or ritual practices, but also as expressive symbols reflecting the profound philosophical ideas of an ancient civilization. You begin to feel as if a picture unfolds in your mind, where each image is not just a geometric figure, but a whole story filled with meaning and significance. You ponder the true meaning of many of these symbols and their combinations, which remain undeciphered to this day. Researchers and archaeologists continue to unravel this mystery, but each answer spawns new questions. You can imagine the ancient artists standing on the edge of their world, leaving these giant messages for their contemporaries and for those who would come centuries later. For whom were these works of art, visible only from above? You allow yourself to reflect. Perhaps these lines were created to connect people with the sky, with the spirits of ancestors, or with the gods themselves, calling for their attention. Each winding line or complex figure may be part of a ritual meant to strengthen the bond between earth and sky, between this world and the world of spirits. You feel this symbolism fill your heart with awe and respect, as if you are touching something deeply sacred. You realize that each line, each geoglyph you see, contains fragments of history waiting to be deciphered, and you feel like you are part of this process. In this contemplation, you allow yourself to sense how time and space merge, creating a network where past, present, and future are intertwined. You can almost hear these ancient voices whispering to you from the depths of time, inviting you to explore and understand, immersing you in a world where culture, nature, and art coexist in harmony. In this quiet contemplation, you understand that perhaps the Nazca lines are not just geographical markers, but true manifestations of the human spirit, its desire for knowledge and self-expression. You allow yourself to breathe again, feeling the air fill your lungs, as if you are inhaling all this rich history contained in the lines that, despite the passage of time, continue to speak in the language of beauty and mystery. As you continue your journey, your imagination paints pictures that help you understand how these remarkable lines of Nazca were created. You wonder what highly organized society could have undertaken such a massive project. Could these ancient people have possessed unique knowledge that allowed them to plan and coordinate such enormous geoglyphs visible only from above? You begin to envision living communities where each person had their place in this great endeavor, where skills and talents united for a common goal. You can picture ancient architects and artists gathering under the bright sun, discussing their ideas, perhaps using primitive tools to create sketches. Did they have some kind of giant-scale blueprints that helped them scale their ideas to the ground? Or was there some unknown technology that allowed them to see from above and control the precision of their work? This thought fills you with awe. The idea that people living thousands of years ago could develop complex planning systems is both astonishing and inspiring. You can almost feel the wind on their faces as they step by step created these lines, contributing to a collective work that has endured centuries. You notice that each action, each stroke on the ground, was part of something greater than just art. Perhaps it was an expression of their culture, their beliefs, their desire to be understood, even if they have long since passed. You allow yourself to delve deeper into this idea, realizing that each geoglyph can be both an expression of art and the result of complex work where knowledge, experience, and creativity came together. In this contemplation, you feel that time becomes less significant and space is filled with meaning. Your soul is filled with wonder as you understand that these lines are not just geometric figures, but true manifestations of human ingenuity and the drive to understand. You feel your breath becoming more even, and with each inhale, you accept this ancient wisdom that resonates in your heart, allowing you to connect with history that still surrounds you. You continue to delve into your reflections on the Nazca lines, and your imagination carries you into the future where science and technology open up new horizons for understanding these ancient wonders. You realize that the modern world offers unique tools to unravel the mysteries of the past, and among them, drones and satellite imagery stand out. You envision these modern devices soaring through the sky, capturing every corner of the Earth, revealing previously unseen figures and patterns that could add new chapters to the history of the Nazca lines. With each new investigation, each new photograph, you feel your connection to these ancient creations deepening. Scientific research continues to uncover new geoglyphs, expanding the scope of the mystery and demanding a deeper study. You feel a sense of awe as even the most advanced technologies cannot fully explain why and how these works of art were created. You become intrigued by the secrets that may lie beneath the layers of sand and time, waiting to be revealed again. You allow yourself to ponder how these new discoveries might change our understanding of the people who lived here thousands of years ago and how they interacted with their environment. You notice how each new finding, each new line, each new geoglyph adds new layers to the rich history where a scientific approach merges with cultural heritage. You realize that the use of new technologies allows not only the discovery of new geometric forms, but also raises questions about how these ancient peoples perceived their surroundings, interacted with nature, and what role these lines played in their rituals. You feel your imagination painting pictures where modern researchers and ancient masters unite in a common pursuit to understand the mysteries left by their ancestors. Each new geoglyph discovered with the help of drones becomes not just a discovery, but an invitation to reflect on how much more of the unknown is hidden in our world. You allow yourself to pause and take a breath, realizing that each new step in the study of the Nazca Lines is not just a step towards unraveling the mystery, but also an opportunity to touch ancient knowledge that can enrich your life in the present. This research, this pursuit of understanding, becomes a part of your own journey, where you can combine ancient wisdom with modern discoveries, and each time you contemplate the Nazca Lines, you sink deeper into this endless ocean of knowledge and discoveries that continue to fill the world with wonder and admiration. The Nazca Lines, these majestic and enigmatic geoglyphs, continue to be one of the most intriguing archaeological paradoxes, a silent message from ancient civilizations that captivates researchers and history enthusiasts with their mysterious allure. When you imagine these vast patterns, you realize that they are not just lines on the ground, but entire stories etched into the landscape, waiting for someone to decipher them. You can almost see your imagination painting pictures of ancient people standing on these very lines, perhaps gazing at the stars or conducting rituals that were important to their cultural heritage. These geoglyphs, visible only from high above, remind us of the importance of sometimes rising above everyday life to see the world from a different perspective. You become aware that in each line, in every curve, there are not only artistic, but also profound philosophical meanings that can change your perception of time and space. The Nazca Lines may have served as guides for ancient travelers or been part of a more complex system connected to astronomy and agriculture. You feel a sense of awe as you ponder how these ancient peoples could use their knowledge of the stars and the surrounding nature to create such magnificent works of art. This creates a sense of connection with those who lived here thousands of years ago, and you understand that your own life, your own experiences are part of this endless chain. You can almost hear the whisper of the wind, bringing with it memories of these people, their dreams and hopes. Each new day, as these lines become increasingly accessible for study, opens up new horizons for you. You realize that science and art intertwine, creating a unique tapestry of facts and emotions that highlight the beauty of human history. This journey is not just about solving mysteries, but also about understanding how our ancestors perceived the world they lived in. Your consciousness expands with each new discovery, as each new finding adds a new note to the symphony of time. The Nazca Lines continue to inspire, igniting a desire to explore and discover, and you understand that even incomplete answers can be as valuable as the questions themselves. This enigma remains alive, and when you reflect on your own search for meaning in life, you realize that the Nazca Lines are not just the story of ancient beings, but a reflection of your own quest for understanding and knowledge. You allow yourself a moment to fully appreciate the depth of this extraordinary paradox, which, despite its unsolved nature, continues to unite us all in our shared pursuit of knowledge. The Salisbury Plain in Britain, gently caressed by a light breeze and covered in green hills, is an ideal place for contemplation and reflection. Here, amidst vast fields and the soft sounds of nature, tower the colossal stone monoliths of Stonehenge, which seem to guard an ancient secret, waiting for someone to decipher it. You feel the atmosphere of this place filling you with serenity and grandeur, and each step across the plain brings you closer to these extraordinary megaliths, which are not only testaments to the engineering prowess of ancient people, but also symbols of their deep understanding of nature and the cosmos. The first mentions of Stonehenge date back to the Bronze Age, when these monuments were built, and since then they have been the subject of study and admiration for many generations. You sense the breath of history permeating this place as archaeologists and researchers began investigating Stonehenge in the 18th century, leading to numerous theories about its purpose and significance. As you journey through the pages of time, you realize that each discovery and new hypothesis about Stonehenge is like a drop in the ocean of knowledge, gradually forming through the efforts of scientists, historians, and enthusiasts of mysteries. You can almost feel their desire to understand why these monumental stones were erected and how they were used by ancient people. Stonehenge, with its massive vertical and horizontal stones arranged in perfect order, inspires awe, and its precise alignment and orientation towards the sun on the days of the solstice highlight the deep connection of the ancients with astronomy and time. You ponder how these stones could have served not only as a site for rituals, but also as a kind of calendar, helping people track the change of seasons and plan agricultural activities. Your imagination paints pictures of ancient people gathering under the open sky, surrounded by these monuments that witnessed their joys and sorrows. Over time, Stonehenge has become not only an object of archaeological excavations, but also a cultural symbol that continues to attract tourists and researchers from around the world. You feel how this place unites people, evoking interest and admiration, and fills their hearts with a sense of connection to something vast and eternal. Each stone here holds stories waiting to be told, and you understand that your own presence in this place is part of a larger mosaic of human history. You can feel your mind delving into thoughts about how people living thousands of years ago could have come together to create such a grand structure, and how their dreams and aspirations still resonate in your own quest for meaning and understanding. Stonehenge, with its majestic simplicity and mysterious nature, continues to inspire new research, and your heart fills with hope that in the future we will be able to unravel more of the mysteries hidden in this extraordinary place where time seems to stand still, allowing each person to ponder their place in the vast universe. You continue your journey, and your attention is once again drawn to the massive stones of Stonehenge, which majestically rise above the green expanse of Salisbury Plain. Feel how their colossal size and weight, like a magnet, attract your gaze. The sarcens, these enormous stone blocks, reach a height of more than 4 meters and weigh up to 50 tons each. You can imagine how they were carved and shaped by ancient craftsmen whose hands worked in harmony with nature to create something so impressive. The smaller blue stones, though smaller in size, also have significant weight, reaching around 4 tons. You realize that for Neolithic people who did not know the wheel or modern technology, moving these massive stones presented a genuine engineering challenge. You can almost feel the muscles of the ancient builders tensing under the weight of the stones, as well as their determination and inspiration, driven by the goal of creating something eternal. How did they manage to accomplish such a difficult task? Perhaps they used a system of logs or sleds to move these blocks across the ground and coordinated their efforts, relying on the strength of the community. You can picture groups of people working together, lifting stones and placing them in perfect order, creating an architectural masterpiece that will awe future generations. You feel that these are not just stones, but symbols of human ingenuity, labor, and unity. Each stone, each crack, each trace of tools tells a story of how people sought to understand their place in the world and express their beliefs through architecture. With each step around Stonehenge, you understand that these stones are not just shrouded in mystery, but also evidence of the incredible capabilities of the human mind and body. Their massive size and grandeur make you ponder how, even without modern technology, ancient people were able to create something so grand that time only adds to its significance. You feel your imagination filled with images of these ancient architects who may have stood here among their creations, dreaming of eternity they left behind. You keep returning to the thought of how these blocks, each weighing more than a modern car, were carefully placed and aligned with such precision that even today they inspire awe in researchers and historians. This place, filled with mysteries and wonders, reminds you that despite all obstacles and difficulties, the human desire to create and understand always overcomes all barriers. Each stone, each detail of Stonehenge seems to you not just a part of an architectural ensemble, but a manifestation of the power of spirit and unity of people who for centuries have sought answers to eternal questions about life, time, and space. Your soul fills with peace as you realize that, being here, you become a part of this amazing story that continues to this day, and that your own path also intersects with the history of humanity. As soon as you immerse yourself in the atmosphere of Stonehenge, your attention is drawn once again to the mysterious blue stones, which, like living legends, fit seamlessly into this mystical scene. These unique stones, transported from Preseli Hills in Wales, are located approximately 250 kilometers from their original site, and their journey through the unknown was a true test of endurance and ingenuity. You can imagine the ancient people who, despite the lack of modern transportation, found a way to move these massive and heavy blocks. There are various hypotheses about how they accomplished this monumental journey. Perhaps they used a combination of land and water routes, exploring rivers and seas that could have been their allies in this challenging task. You can picture groups of people working together, building rafts or using boats to transport the stones along flowing waters, while others moved them over land using simple tools and coordinated efforts. It would have been like a dance, where each step and movement had meaning, and the spirit and unity of the people were invaluable. The logistics of such an operation remain a subject of research and debate among scientists and historians who continue to unravel the mysteries left by our ancestors. Some researchers suggest that the stones could have been delivered along the coast and then followed rivers leading to the site, while others believe they might have moved overland, circumventing forests and hills, overcoming all obstacles in their path. You feel as if your mind is painting pictures of these ancient journeys filled with courage and determination, where each effort brought them closer to creating something great. You notice how even the simplest details, such as the direction of the wind or the strength of the current, could have played a crucial role in this process, making you reflect on how important each decision was in those distant times. It is astonishing to realize that these blue stones are not just a part of Stonehenge's architecture, but also a symbol of human resilience, the desire to explore, and the ability to overcome difficulties to create something eternal. Each crack on their surface, each mark left by ancient craftsmen, seems to whisper about thousands of hours of labor, endless efforts, and dreams that never faded. You once again feel your imagination filled with images of those who may have stood here among their creations, feeling pride and satisfaction at having made the impossible possible. Your soul fills with awe before these historical witnesses, who, despite all the challenges, continued to move forward, leaving us a legacy full of mysteries and wonders that we continue to explore and admire to this day. You continue to explore the mysteries of Stonehenge, and your attention is drawn to various theories about how these magnificent stones were built, which still evoke both awe and wonder. Archaeologists and researchers have proposed numerous hypotheses, each with its unique details and nuances. You can imagine how ancient craftsmen might have used wooden levers to lift and move massive blocks. These levers, crafted from sturdy trees, could have been powerful tools, enabling small groups of people to lift stones from the ground and move them towards their intended location. Your imagination paints vivid pictures of these efforts, people focused on a common task, lifting a heavy mass in unison, every muscle straining towards a shared goal. Another intriguing hypothesis involves the use of rollers, possibly made of wood, allowing stones to slide across the ground with minimal friction, making their movement easier. You can visualize groups of people stretching along a long path, manually pushing large blocks, their hearts beating in rhythm, filling the air with a sense of unity and shared purpose. Some researchers even suggest the use of earthen ramps to lift stones to great heights, allowing them to move easily along an incline. You feel your mind filled with images of these structures, possibly created with extraordinary skill to ease the labor of ancient builders. Yet, despite all these theories and experiments using primitive technologies, a full understanding of the methods used to build Stonehenge remains elusive. You realize that even modern scientists attempting to replicate these actions encounter difficulties, adding a layer of mystery to this grand site. Each new discovery and hypothesis only underscores how little we know about how people in those distant times were able to create something so monumental which has endured to this day. This enigma, like Stonehenge itself, continues to inspire and awe, making you ponder the strength and skill of our ancestors who left such a lasting mark on history. You feel the depth of these reflections filling you with calm and respect for those who once stood in this place, creating and dreaming of greatness. You feel the gentle touch of morning light softly caressing your cheeks, and your gaze returns to the majestic stones of Stonehenge, which seem to hold countless secrets. You notice how their arrangement is remarkably precise in relation to celestial phenomena, filling you with awe. The ancient builders who created this monumental structure possessed profound astronomical knowledge, which was ahead of its time. Imagine the day of the summer solstice, when the sun first rises over the horizon, its rays passing directly between two vertical stones, creating a magical moment when light fills the space with golden radiance. This precise alignment, which allows the sun to meet the first day of summer in this very place, indicates that the ancient people carefully observed the movements of celestial bodies, recording every step and change. You can almost picture them gathering among the stones, dressed in simple clothing, their hearts beating in sync with the rhythm of nature as they mark the important moment when light and shadow intersect. But the summer solstice was not the only significant day for these people. You also realize that Stonehenge served as a landmark on the day of the winter solstice. At this time of year, when days are shortest, the sun sets over the horizon, creating a breathtaking spectacle as its last rays illuminate certain stones, as if leaving a farewell sign heralding the return of light. This understanding of the cycles of nature and their precise alignment with the architecture of Stonehenge underscores the skill of the builders, their ability not only to create but also to comprehend vast cosmic processes. You feel this realization immersing you in the world of the ancients, their dedication to studying the heavens, their desire to synchronize with the rhythms of nature. These people may have used simple tools, but their minds were filled with complex mathematical calculations and deep observations. You can almost hear their whispers as they discuss the positions of stars and the height of the sun, observing changes in nature and how each new discovery gave them confidence in their knowledge. With each moment spent near these stones, you feel your own perception of time changing, as if you are in a flow of eternity where every moment, every movement, and every breath has meaning. You understand that Stonehenge is not just stones. It is a living chronicle that tells the story of humanity's quest for understanding, harmony with nature, and the cosmos. These knowledge, once accessible only to the chosen few, are now open to you, filling your heart with a deep sense of connection to the past, to those who created this wonder, and to those who may have stood here just as you are, waiting for dawn. You immerse yourself in the atmosphere of mysteries, surrounding yourself with multifaceted theories about the purpose of Stonehenge, which, like a light fog, envelops this ancient structure. Each hypothesis, each version of what might have motivated the creation of this monument, adds a new layer to your perception. You imagine Stonehenge as an ancient calendar, allowing people to track the change of seasons, marking important moments like solstices and equinoxes. This idea fills you with a sense of wonder. How could they have determined time so accurately, relying only on their observations and intuition without modern technology? Your imagination paints pictures of people gathering around the stones, marking solar and lunar cycles, feeling the rhythm of the earth and the heavens as if they were part of this great mechanism. But Stonehenge was not just a calendar. You realize that many researchers, including Professor Tim Darvill, suggest that it was a sacred site of worship, where people gathered to perform rituals aimed at appeasing spirits or invoking gods for prosperity and abundance. You can almost hear the sounds of ancient hymns filling the space around you as you imagine them calling upon the forces of nature for help. Your soul is filled with peace at the thought that these simple people sought a connection with something greater than themselves and perhaps found it precisely here among the stones. But other researchers see Stonehenge as an observatory, a place where one could observe celestial phenomena, recording the movements of stars and planets. You picture wise elders, clad in simple garments, looking up at the sky, studying the heavens, trying to unravel its mysteries, and each new fact about the stars opening a new page in their understanding of the world. This concept, filled with astronomical wonder, fills you with awe at the ancient knowledge that may have been lost over time. But perhaps Stonehenge also served as a place of healing, as Professor Darvill suggests. You feel this aspect filling the space with a special energy as you think of people coming here in search of healing, touching the stones, hoping for a miracle. This aspect, filled with hope and the desire for health, creates an atmosphere of tranquility, as if the stones themselves radiate healing power, bringing peace and tranquility to those in need. However, the lack of written records from the builders of Stonehenge leaves many questions unanswered, and this only intensifies your curiosity. You understand that each hypothesis, each theory, is not just an attempt to solve a mystery, but a reflection of the human desire to understand, to find meaning in the world around us. These hypotheses, like gentle waves, wash over your mind, leaving a light feeling of mystery. You realize that Stonehenge is not just an architectural marvel, but a place where the past and present intersect, where each person can find their own explanation, their own understanding, and in this process you feel like a part of something greater than just an observer. You become a participant in this ancient tradition of seeking knowledge and meaning. You continue to delve into the world of antiquity, and your attention is drawn not only to Stonehenge, but also to the people who built it, their lives, and their culture. You begin to realize that the creation of such a monumental monument as Stonehenge would have been impossible without deep knowledge possessed by its builders. These people belonged to the Wessex culture, which lived approximately 3,000 years ago, and your imagination paints pictures of their daily life, how they tilled the land, raised livestock, and gathered crops. You can almost feel the soft earth beneath your feet filled with the aroma of freshly cut grass, and the sounds of nature around you create a harmony where each element has its significance. Archaeological finds show that these ancient people likely lived in small communities where everyone knew their role, whether as a hunter, farmer, or craftsman. You picture them gathering together to discuss plans for the future, sharing stories and legends passed down through generations. But the culture of Wessex is not the only one that left its mark on the history of Stonehenge. Research shows that other cultural groups also participated in its construction, including people from the Beaker culture, who are believed to have brought new customs and beliefs. You can feel how these different traditions intertwined, creating a unique atmosphere where ideas and rituals merged, forming a new identity. Archaeological excavations around Stonehenge have uncovered numerous artifacts, pottery, tools, and even burials, allowing you to gain a deeper understanding of how these people lived. You can imagine how ancient craftsmen created elegant items, each one carrying a part of their soul and knowledge. For example, finds related to burial rituals give insight into how important life after death was to them, their belief in spirits and forces of nature that guarded their souls. You feel the spirit of these people, their hopes and fears, dreams and aspirations in the air. Each artifact found by archaeologists is like a window into their world, and you can almost feel the warmth of their hands as they created these things. Reflecting on the construction of Stonehenge, you realize that behind each stone lies a story, the story of people who dedicated part of their lives to creating this monument. These stones, now symbols, hold the memory of those who believed in the power of earth and sky, and you feel a part of this endless flow of time. Each moment spent contemplating the lives of these ancient people fills you with peace and awe, allowing you to feel connected to them, as if you stand on the shoulders of giants who sought their place in the world. You understand that Stonehenge is not just an architectural marvel, but a manifestation of humans striving for understanding and unity with nature, and this ongoing search for meaning, perhaps, unites us with those who lived here for centuries. You continue to delve into the mysterious world of Stonehenge, and in your imagination, myths and legends begin to unfold, enveloping this monument. You hear the whispers of ancient tales passed down through generations, each one adding new shades to this extraordinary place. In Celtic mythology, Stonehenge is linked to the powerful sorcerer Merlin, whose abilities and knowledge of magic and nature's secrets became part of his legend. You can imagine Merlin, with his gift of foresight, choosing this spot to create a remarkable structure that would connect the worlds of humans and spirits. Your imagination paints his image, an old man with a long white beard standing against the backdrop of majestic stones, his eyes filled with wisdom and mystery. You hear the wind whispering around you, as if Merlin himself is sharing his secrets. Legends say he used magic to move these giant stones from distant Ireland, bringing an ancient and powerful spirit to this place. You feel the mystical atmosphere filling the air, and it seems as if the stones themselves hold his power. But Merlin is not the only figure in this mythical narrative. You also ponder the mighty druids who, according to the tales, used Stonehenge as a sacred place for conducting rituals and ceremonies dedicated to the worship of nature and its powers. You can picture them in their long white robes with ancient runes carved into the stones which they used to connect with the spirit world. In your imagination, scenes of their rituals emerge, where the sounds of drums and flutes intertwine with the rustling of leaves in the wind, creating a harmony that pervades everything. Druids, as keepers of knowledge about nature, likely gathered here to pray and make offerings, invoking the spirits of the forest and water. You feel the respect for life and death, for the cycles of nature reflected in this sacred place, filling you with a sense of peace. And in the legends, images of giants also arise, who are said to have built Stonehenge. You hear stories of how these mighty beings with incredible strength moved the stones and erected this monument to leave a mark for future generations to remember them. You can picture them, tall and powerful, effortlessly lifting the heavy stones as if they were made of paper mache, and their loud laughter echoing across the plains as they worked on creating this wonder. This sense of grandeur and power fills you with awe, and you understand that these myths help create an atmosphere of magic and mystery that surrounds Stonehenge. Each story, each legend adds new layers to your perception, and you feel part of this eternal flow where reality and myth intertwine. Stonehenge becomes not just a place, but a true symbol of human dreams of immortality, of connection with nature and with those who lived here before us. You feel these ancient stories like echoes resonating in your soul, filling you with peace and a sense of connection with those who sought their path in this world, in the world of stones and stars. You continue your journey through the mysteries of Stonehenge, and your attention is drawn to the state of this ancient monument in the modern world. You notice how the passage of time and the influence of the environment have left their mark on these magnificent stones which have stood in this place for thousands of years. Weather, with its changes, affect the surface of the stones. Rain, wind, frost, and sunlight. All these natural forces gradually erode the stones, and you wonder how this wonder has been preserved for such a long time. You can feel how the history of Stonehenge is inextricably linked to its surroundings. The land on which it stands contains secrets and mysteries, but also vulnerability. Research shows that some stones have begun to crack due to constant temperature fluctuations and moisture. You imagine how scientists and architects are working to understand how to prevent further destruction using modern technologies and methods. You hear about how some stones have been subjected to thorough research and analysis to determine the best way to protect them. Your imagination paints a picture of groups of specialists working in the shadow of the ancient stones, with tools and measurements in hand, striving to preserve them for future generations. You notice that the problem of preserving Stonehenge is approached from different angles. On one hand, efforts are being made to protect the monument from human activity. Many tourists walking around the area can accidentally damage the fragile structures. You hear discussions about the need to create protective barriers and restrictions on access to the most vulnerable areas. You feel how these measures are not just rules, but a way to preserve the magic and grandeur of this place for future generations. And of course, there are programs for restoring those parts of Stonehenge that have suffered serious damage. You can imagine how craftsmen with knowledge of ancient technologies try to recreate the lost elements using materials as close as possible to the originals. Your soul fills with respect for those who continue to work to preserve this heritage, understanding that their work is not just a craft, but an act of love for history and culture. You notice that many programs for preserving Stonehenge also include research into its artistic and cultural significance. You can imagine how scientists collect data on how this monument has influenced art, literature, and even music over the centuries. This exchange of knowledge and experience creates a sense of unity between the past and the present, and you feel how your own connection to this place deepens. Your imagination takes you to a world where ancient traditions meet modern approaches to preservation. You remember how various events dedicated to its history are held at Stonehenge, where people gather to celebrate its significance and share their impressions. This is not only a way to show respect for the heritage, but also an opportunity for a new generation to learn about their roots and history. You feel warmth and unity when people come together around this monument, as if it has become not just stones, but a symbol of something greater. You understand that Stonehenge does not just survive in the modern world, but continues to inspire and teach people, creating a space for reflection and deep emotions. Each crack on the stones, each trace of time, this is a testament to history that continues. You feel how this idea of preservation and respect for the past intertwines with your own experience, creating a deep sense of peace and connection to this unique place. You continue your journey, and your attention once again focuses on Stonehenge, one of the most intriguing megalithic structures on the planet. You feel a sense of mystery and enigma enveloping this place, drawing you deeper into its history. You notice how questions about the methods of construction, the true purpose, and cultural connections of Stonehenge continue to stir the minds of scientists and the public. You can imagine endless debates among researchers trying to unravel the secrets left by the ancient builders. Your imagination paints pictures of abandoned camps where archaeologists, surrounded by nature, study each stone, each crack, as if they could hear the whisper of history hidden within them. You feel how, over the centuries, this monument has become a place of attraction, not only for tourists, but also for those seeking answers about their origins and place in the world. You observe that many researchers turn to various disciplines, from archaeology to astronomy, to try to understand why such a grand structure was built here. You can picture scientists studying old maps, researching ancient texts, and conducting experiments to recreate the conditions in which Stonehenge was built. Your soul fills with respect for these seekers of truth, who, despite all the challenges, continue to strive for the solution to the mystery. You feel how this pursuit of knowledge inspires you to reflect on your own path and the importance of maintaining a connection with history. You notice that Stonehenge has become not just an object of study, but also a symbol of humanity's collective effort to understand its place in the vast expanse of time and space. You feel how its grandeur and mystery unite people from different corners of the world, creating a sense of unity and community. This monument, with its stones standing for millennia, reminds you that history is not just a collection of facts, but a living process that continues today. You imagine how future generations will continue to explore this monument, uncovering its secrets and perhaps finding new answers to questions that remain relevant. You feel how your own perception of the world expands as you realize that Stonehenge is not just a mirror of the past, but also a beacon pointing the way forward. You close your eyes and allow yourself to immerse in the atmosphere of this mysterious place, feeling how its magic and majesty fill your heart with peace and tranquility. You continue your meditative journey, and now you are carried by the waves of time to one of the most astonishing discoveries in the history of archaeology, the Antikythera mechanism. Imagine the summer of 1901. You are on the shores of a small Greek island called Antikythera, where the bright sun illuminates the blue surface of the sea. You feel a light sea breeze that brings with it freshness and lightness. At this time, Greek sponge divers are exploring the underwater world in search of treasures, but their eyes do not suspect that they are about to witness a real miracle. You watch as they dive into the depths, and suddenly one of them encounters something unusual. Your imagination paints a picture of a sponge diver emerging from the water with surprise and awe, looking at ancient amphoras covered in coral and treasures that have been hidden from human eyes for centuries. Among all of this abundance, he notices something strange, a piece of rusted metal that seems to have nothing in common with the usual finds. You feel the excitement that grips him as he brings this mysterious object to the surface, and his companions gather around, puzzled by what it could be. At first, this rusty piece of metal does not arouse much interest. You can imagine the sponge divers sharing their stories and discussing their finds, but no one suspects that they are holding one of the greatest artifacts of the ancient world. Your soul is filled with anticipation, as this object, later named the Antikythera mechanism, is handed over to scientists for further study. You feel the curiosity growing with each passing day about this discovery, and soon a real detective story unfolds. Scientists begin to study this mysterious object, which turns out to be more complex than anyone could have imagined. You picture the researchers turning to their tools, trying to understand how this ancient mechanism, consisting of many gears and discs, could have been used in ancient times. The research shows that the Antikythera mechanism is not just a clock or a navigational device, but possibly the first analog computer in the world, capable of predicting astronomical events. You feel a sense of wonder. This ancient artifact, created by Greeks more than 2,000 years ago, demonstrates how advanced their knowledge of mechanics and astronomy was. Your imagination paints pictures of ancient scholars sitting under olive trees discussing stars and celestial bodies, creating this masterpiece of engineering thought. Your soul is filled with respect for those who, despite the difficult conditions, were able to create such a perfect mechanism that continues to amaze and inspire. You feel as if the Antikythera mechanism connects you with ancient civilizations, opening doors to a world where science and art intertwine in a wonderful dance. You allow yourself to be immersed in this flow of time, feeling as your consciousness expands, embracing all the knowledge accumulated by humanity. You understand that behind every discovery stands not just chance, but a thirst for knowledge, a desire to unravel the mysteries left by our ancestors. You continue your meditative journey, and now, before you, unfolds a story filled with mysteries and misunderstandings. After the Antikythera mechanism was raised to the surface, it was sent to a museum, where it remained largely unnoticed for many years. You imagine this ancient artifact, covered in corrosion, lying in a dark corner, surrounded by other finds, neither evoking interest nor admiration. It is perceived as an ordinary mechanism or even as a decoration, unable to tell its story. You feel time passing slowly like a sluggish river, and how scientists walk by without noticing it, perhaps not even guessing its true essence. But in the silence of this museum, amidst the dust and forgotten artifacts, something extraordinary happens. Your soul fills with hope when you picture a new researcher appearing in the late 20th century, Derek de Solla Price, who awakens interest in this mysterious object. You feel his curiosity as he begins systematic study of the Antikythera mechanism, using modern technologies like X-ray images. With each new photograph, you sense that the mysteries begin to slowly surface, like marine creatures awakening from a long sleep. You imagine Derek and his team carefully examining the intricate gears and discs that make up this remarkable mechanism, their eyes filled with wonder at the astonishing internal complexity. Your soul trembles with excitement as you realize that this artifact is not just a piece of metal, but possibly the earliest analog computer in the world, used for predicting astronomical events. You picture researchers spending long hours over X-ray images, beginning to understand that this mechanism could perform complex calculations, predicting solar and lunar eclipses, as well as planetary movements. Your imagination paints scenes of scientists engrossed in their work, like alchemists trying to unravel the secrets locked within this enigmatic device. You feel their passion for discovery and understanding of the past, creating an invisible bond that spans the centuries. Your soul fills with awe as you realize that the Antikythera mechanism is not just an artifact, but a symbol of human curiosity and the drive to know. Each turn of the gears, each carved detail, reflects the skill and intellect of those who created this masterpiece. You allow yourself to immerse in this atmosphere of discovery and research, feeling your consciousness expand, embracing the beauty and complexity of human thought that led to the creation of something so extraordinary. Your soul fills with respect for those researchers who, despite years of misunderstanding, managed to decipher this ancient mechanism and bring it back into the light. You understand that each new discovery, each new detail, opens new horizons, and you feel part of this great history that continues to unfold like an endless stream of time. You continue your immersion into the world of the Antikythera mechanism, and before you lies its extraordinary construction, a symphony of more than 30 bronze gears. It's as if you're in the workshop of an ancient craftsman, where each detail was carved with love and attention. You notice how the gears, turning, connect with each other, creating a complex system that in its motion resembles the dance of celestial bodies. The dials with inscriptions and pointers, like sentinels of time, testify to the high level of knowledge of ancient astronomers and engineers who created such an artifact. You feel a thrill as you realize that this mechanism was an analog computer capable of predicting the movements of celestial bodies with high accuracy. Each gear, each dial, and each inscription on this device tells a story about how ancient people sought to understand their world and its laws. You imagine how the mechanism was used to calculate solar and lunar eclipses, as well as the phases of the moon. It becomes clear that ancient astronomers could use it to predict these awe-inspiring natural phenomena, and you feel a part of this knowledge as if you yourself are standing under a bright sky, watching an eclipse. You also sense how the mechanism could determine the dates of the Olympic Games, a significant event for ancient Greeks. Your soul fills with respect for those who created this marvelous instrument, which, as you understand, became not only a scientific achievement, but also a symbol of human curiosity. You picture ancient Greeks eagerly awaiting the moment when the mechanism would give them precise dates, filling their hearts with a sense of wonder and anticipation. You feel how this knowledge connects you with those who lived many centuries ago, and how in this mechanism are not only mathematical calculations, but also deep human feelings, a desire for unity with the cosmos, and a wish to understand one's place in it. The Antikythera mechanism, like a mirror, reflects not only technical achievements, but also dreams, hopes, and aspirations of those who created it. You allow yourself to be immersed in this atmosphere, feeling how your consciousness fills with awe and wonder as you realize that this artifact became a significant milestone on the path to modern scientific discoveries. Your soul finds peace when you understand that each turn of the gears, each movement of the dials, it's not just mechanics, but music that resonates with the rhythms of the universe, and you become a part of this harmonious dance. You are inspired by the fact that even after thousands of years, this mechanism continues to speak to us, reminding us that the pursuit of knowledge and understanding is an eternal journey that never ends. You continue your journey into the world of the Antikythera mechanism, and as you delve deeper, you begin to grasp its extraordinary technological complexity, which astounds the imagination. This mechanism, created more than 2,000 years ago, contains elements that surpass its era by more than 1,000 years. You feel as if you have entered the future as you begin to disassemble its details, realizing that the construction with differential gears, known only in late medieval times, was already realized by the ancient Greeks. You feel like an explorer who has discovered not just an artifact, but an entire epoch where the art of mechanics and astronomy intertwine into a harmonious system. This device, consisting of more than 30 gears, is not just a mechanical toy, but a complex astronomical instrument that could calculate not only the positions of planets, but also predict solar and lunar eclipses with remarkable accuracy. You find yourself wondering that similar mechanisms, such as astronomical clocks, only appeared in Europe in the 14th century, which challenges the traditional understanding that the technological progress of the ancient world was linear. This mechanism, like a secret knowledge, preserves wisdom that was lost for many centuries. You realize that for the ancient Greeks, creating such a complex device was not just a matter of technique, but an attempt to understand the laws of nature and their place in the vast expanse of the cosmos. You feel as if each movement of the gears answers questions that people have asked for centuries. How do stars move? What are the rhythms of time? And how can we predict events that seem random? This makes the mechanism not only a scientific achievement, but also a manifestation of human curiosity and the desire for harmony with the surrounding world. You reflect on how such discoveries shape our understanding of history and culture, and how important it is to preserve these knowledge for future generations. You feel a sense of respect for those who, despite the limited technologies of their time, were able to create something so complex and amazing. This device has become a symbol of the pursuit of knowledge, of understanding the world around us, and you understand that, like the ancient Greeks, each of us continues to seek answers to eternal questions. You allow yourself a moment to pause and feel the power that emanates from this mechanism and how it connects you to those who lived in distant times when human intellect and the desire for knowledge knew no bounds. You realize that the Antikythera mechanism is not just an artifact, but a living witness to history, continuing to inspire and amaze us even after centuries. You continue to delve into the world of the Antikythera mechanism, and at this moment, your attention is drawn to the question of its origin and possible creators. You begin to imagine how, amidst the vibrant streets of ancient cities, perhaps in the shadow of magnificent colonnades, geniuses like Archimedes of Syracuse or the astronomer Posidonius of Rhodes, worked. These names, filled with grandeur and wisdom, evoke a sense of awe in you, for each was a pioneer in science and mechanics. Archimedes, with his outstanding inventions and deep scientific research, could have been an inspiration for the creation of such a complex mechanism as the one you are studying. You feel how his passion for mathematics and physics intertwines with your own desire to understand the laws of nature. On the other hand, Posidonius, who studied the motion of celestial bodies and physics, could have brought his astronomical knowledge into the development of a mechanism that not only counted but also predicted celestial phenomena. This union of science and art, reason and emotion, creates a picture in your imagination of an ancient world where each discovery was linked to the pursuit of truth. But here, at this stage of your journey, you encounter a mystery. Why such advanced technology seemingly did not gain widespread use and was lost for centuries? You wonder how it could have happened that a unique artifact capable of changing our understanding of mechanics and astronomy ended up hidden in the depths of the sea, awaiting its discovery. The absence of other such finds creates an aura of mystery around the Antikythera mechanism, and you feel how this enigma only deepens your admiration. You can picture how, not far from bustling markets and scientific schools where life was in full swing, such mechanisms could have been in the hands of scholars, but perhaps they did not survive the tumultuous times and cataclysms. You catch yourself thinking that the greatness of human reason sometimes faces the threat of extinction, and such discoveries are not just artifacts, but windows into the past that open up a whole world to you. This thought fills you with respect for those who, despite all obstacles, strove for knowledge and understanding. You allow yourself to ponder a little deeper on how historical circumstances and cultural changes can influence the development of technologies, and how important it is to preserve and pass on these knowledge to future generations. You feel how your consciousness is filled with reverence for those who lived in those distant times and left us such treasures. This mechanism becomes not just an object of study, but a symbol of the endless human thirst for knowledge and the pursuit of perfection, which, as you understand, continues through the ages. You continue your journey, and now your attention is focused on the context in which the Antikythera mechanism was discovered. Imagine yourself in the depths of the Aegean Sea, near the small Greek island of Antikythera, where a sunken ship lies, acting as a time capsule that preserved the secrets of its era. This Roman ship, which likely sank around 70-60 years before our era, was not just a means of transportation, but a true repository of knowledge and cultural treasures. You can almost hear the sound of the waves crashing against the hull, and picture the sailors filled with hopes and ambitions heading to Rome, perhaps with a cargo of Greek treasures, statues, texts, philosophical scrolls. The ship could have carried not only material goods but also ideas that were priceless at the time. You ponder how valuable items like the Antikythera mechanism could have ended up on this voyage, seeing it as a symbol of intellectual exchange between two great cultures, the Greek and the Roman. Each detail of the mechanism, each gear, could be the result of centuries of research and experimentation passed down through generations. You can feel these knowledge moving across the sea like a seagull soaring over the waves, and how they could have influenced the minds of those who received them. Your imagination paints a picture of the ship laden with treasures, but also with knowledge that was invaluable at the time. However, as you know, fate took a different turn, and the ship encountered a storm, sinking into the depths, leaving behind not only its cargo, but also hopes for the future. You feel how this tragedy might have led to the Antikythera mechanism being underwater for nearly 2 millennia, waiting for its discovery. You begin to understand that its discovery is not just a coincidence, but the result of a long journey it took before seeing the light again. This thought fills you with deep respect for what was lost, but also for what was preserved. For each element of the mechanism and its history is connected to a broader context of human experience. You allow yourself to consider how each discovery can shed light on our understanding of the past and how this connection between cultures continues to live in our consciousness. You can almost feel the warmth of the sun penetrating the waters, illuminating this ancient artifact, which again gains its significance as a symbol of humanity's pursuit of knowledge and understanding, once lost, but now found in this magical journey through time. You continue to delve into contemplations about the mysterious Antikythera mechanism and its possible purposes. This extraordinary artifact, created more than 2,000 years ago, gives rise to numerous questions and theories. You can imagine how ancient scientists and philosophers, fascinated by stars and celestial bodies, used this mechanism to study astronomy. Perhaps its creators aimed to create a tool that would not only enrich knowledge about the cosmos, but also serve as a vital aid to navigators embarking on distant voyages. You can feel as if this mechanism, like an invisible hand, guided sailors, helping them find their way through endless waters, thus connecting distant lands and cultures. However, you also ponder whether the true purpose of the Antikythera mechanism extended far beyond mere science. You sense that it could have been part of deeper rituals or astrological practices. Perhaps priests used it in their ceremonies to calculate important dates and events, such as solar and lunar eclipses, which held great significance for society in ancient times. You can almost hear the soft whispers of ancient prayers uttered under the stars, as the mechanism of this device helped predict fates and significant moments in people's lives. Nevertheless, you realize that many aspects of its use remain subjects of heated debate among modern scholars. There are numerous hypotheses. Some researchers believe the mechanism was intended solely for scientific research, while others point to its possible ritual functions. You feel this uncertainty awakens your curiosity, making you wonder how much more is hidden in the shadows of history. You can picture scientists driven by passion to unravel ancient mysteries, examining every detail of the mechanism, trying to understand how this complex apparatus reflects the philosophical and cultural ideas of its time. As you delve deeper into these thoughts, you can feel the space around you fill with an atmosphere of mystery and grandeur. Every rustle and sound becomes part of this journey, as if the very walls surrounding you whisper about the great history they hold. You allow yourself to consider how, over centuries, this mechanism remained hidden, waiting to be rediscovered, as if it itself yearned to share its secrets. This thought fills you with a sense of connection to the past and respect for those who were involved in its creation and use. You realize that its history, like your own, is intertwined with the histories of others, creating a unique tapestry of human experience. As you lose yourself in these contemplations, you allow yourself to relax, feeling your heart calm and your mind filled with the peace that was created centuries ago, yet continues to live within each of us. You continue to ponder the grandeur of the Antikythera mechanism, and a new thought arises in your mind. What if this remarkable artifact is just a small part of much broader and lost ancient knowledge? Its complex structure and ingenious mechanism make you wonder about other technologies and scientific achievements that may have existed in the past but were lost over time. Perhaps ancient civilizations possessed knowledge that we are not even aware of, and this mechanism is just the tip of the iceberg, a remnant of a world filled with mysteries and extraordinary discoveries. You can imagine wise men from ancient peoples, like artists, painting their ideas on the canvas of science, creating tools that could control time, space, and even destiny. It seems that not only technical genius, but also deep philosophy is reflected in every detail of the Antikythera mechanism, reflecting their views on the world and humanity's place in it. This thought fills you with awe and respect for those who came before us, who may have seen the world differently than we do. You can almost hear the sounds of their discussions, their laughter and arguments about stars, life, and what it means to be human in this vast cosmos. This feeling leads you to the realization that our modern civilization, with its advanced technologies and scientific discoveries, may be just one of many that have ever existed on this planet. You begin to understand that the Antikythera mechanism may not just be an instrument, but also a testament to profound changes in human thought over the centuries. This raises the question of how much we can learn from the past, if only we open our hearts and minds to its mysteries. This idea immerses you in a state of meditation, allowing you to contemplate how deeply we are all connected to history and how it continues to shape our perception of the world. You feel your soul filling with peace and tranquility, and thoughts of ancient civilizations and their achievements become part of your inner dialogue. In this space of reflection, you begin to realize that every step you take on this earth is a continuation of that great path that began long before your birth. You feel as if you are walking on a path paved with the experiences and knowledge of those who came before you, and this realization fills you with light and hope. You allow yourself to linger on this thought, feeling it intertwine with your own existence, creating an invisible thread that connects you to history, to those who sought answers to eternal questions. You relax, allowing this feeling of connection to the past to envelop you like a soft blanket. And in that moment, you understand that every loss can also be a beginning of new understanding, a new opportunity for growth and discovery. You are immersed in contemplation of how modern science and technology are opening new horizons in the study of the Antikythera mechanism. In the 21st century, scientists armed with the latest advancements have begun to study this ancient artifact with such passion and attention that it once seemed impossible. You can imagine highly qualified researchers working in laboratories using computed tomography to peer inside its complex structure without destroying it. Each scan reveals the smallest details that have been hidden for centuries, and your imagination paints pictures of these mysterious internal mechanisms that once rotated and interacted as if they were alive. Thanks to three-dimensional modeling, this incredible device comes to life on screens, allowing scientists to create exact replicas of its components and reconstruct its original functionality. You can almost feel these virtual models rotating before you, demonstrating how various gears and levers interact, creating amazing astronomical calculations. Researchers, recognizing the importance of every detail, begin to understand that the Antikythera mechanism is not just an instrument, but a universe of knowledge encapsulated in metal, and this universe continues to expand with each new discovery. You feel a surge of excitement as you realize that each new step in the research could lead to even deeper understandings of ancient civilizations and their scientific achievements. The studies show that this mechanism was used to predict astronomical events such as solar and lunar eclipses, and you can picture wise men filled with knowledge gathering around it, discussing the fates of people based on the stars. This evokes a sense of awe and wonder as you realize that the connection between the past and present extends far beyond time. Scientists, using their modern tools, are opening doors to a world that was once closed, and you feel your heart fill with hope that even more mysteries await revelation. These new technologies allow you to witness the resurrection of ancient knowledge, and you feel your own consciousness expanding as you absorb these discoveries. Each new fact about the mechanism, each new reconstruction is like a drop of water adding to your inner ocean of understanding, and you allow yourself to get lost in this flow. You realize that each step in the study of this artifact is not just research, but a journey into the depths of human history, where every detail takes on significance, and you feel this knowledge connecting you with those who came before you, like a bridge between epochs. You remain in this state, allowing yourself to be part of this extraordinary process, where science and history intertwine, creating new opportunities for understanding our place in the world. You continue your journey through this captivating world, and at some point you realize that the Antikythera mechanism is more than just an artifact. It is like a window through which you gaze into the extraordinary realm of ancient knowledge, where each detail, each gear, each symbol on the surface holds its own significance and history. You can feel your imagination painting pictures of ancient Greeks working on this device, discussing its complex mechanisms and marveling at its capabilities. You become a part of this history, feeling connected to the wisdom of those who lived thousands of years ago. With each new discovery, each new investigation, you understand that this mechanism continues to rewrite the history of the development of science and technology, opening new horizons before you. It seems that antiquity holds many more amazing secrets waiting to be revealed. You feel filled with wonder and awe as you realize that science is not just a collection of facts and formulas, but an exciting journey in search of answers to eternal questions. You allow yourself to ponder how much more there is to learn about our ancestors and their achievements, how many mysteries are hidden in the earth and in scrolls that have not yet been found. This sense of inspiration, like a gentle breeze, passes through you, reminding you that each step in the study of the past is a step towards understanding the present. Each new fact about the mechanism, each reconstruction, like a drop of water, fills not only your inner ocean of knowledge, but also the ocean of humanity, which continues to grow and develop. You feel how all these discoveries connect you with those who came before you, and you become a part of this endless chain of knowledge and discoveries. This journey into the depths of history and science opens before you horizons that you could never have imagined, and fills your heart with hope that even more amazing discoveries await you. You allow yourself to immerse in these thoughts, feeling as your consciousness expands and your feelings calm, allowing you to smoothly transition into a state of deep meditation and relaxation, where each thought becomes light and each emotion becomes pleasant. In this moment, you realize that the knowledge you gain is not only the key to understanding the past, but also a guiding star in your own journey through life, where each new step leads to new discoveries and understanding, and you allow yourself to be a part of this endless flow. You continue your journey through the waves of history, and in this flow you encounter a mysterious book known as the Voynich Manuscript. This work, like an ancient ship anchored in a quiet harbor, holds secrets that have puzzled scholars and researchers for centuries. You can imagine how this book, written hundreds of years ago, remains incomprehensible and inaccessible to the modern person, its pages filled with strange symbols, plants, and astronomical drawings that defy deciphering. In a world where every book can be opened and understood, the Voynich Manuscript stands as a puzzle, like a lost artifact from another time, waiting for its moment to be understood. The 18th year of the 20th century marked a turning point when Polish bookseller Wilfrid Voynich, like a true adventurer, stumbled upon this enigmatic manuscript in Italy. You can picture him holding this scroll, his heart filled with the sensation of discovery, as he realizes he has not found just an old book, but something more, a key to the riddles that have eluded understanding for centuries. This encounter with the Voynich manuscript became the beginning of his obsession, and he, like a modern alchemist, began to study and analyze it, trying to understand what secrets lie behind its pages. You feel the excitement as you imagine Voynich, surrounded by dusty books and ancient manuscripts, delving into the study of symbols, attempting to decipher their meaning. In this moment, the spirit of adventure fills the air, and you feel your imagination painting pictures of his relentless work and pursuit of truth. The manuscript, written in an unknown language with unique illustrations that evoke both awe and bewilderment, continues to remain undeciphered. Scholars and cryptographers from around the world have tried to decipher it, but each time they encounter new questions and puzzles. You can hear the whispers of historians discussing various theories about its origins, possible authors, and the purposes behind its creation. Some believe it could be a joke, while others think it might be the work of a scholar who wanted to hide his knowledge from prying eyes. You allow your thoughts to wander in this ocean of hypotheses, feeling each one like a wave crashing onto the shore of your consciousness, leaving traces of interest and amazement. Feeling part of this mysterious world, you understand that the Voynich Manuscript is not just a book, but a symbol of humanity's endless pursuit of knowledge and understanding. This work, like a star in the night sky, continues to shine, inviting you to ponder how much remains unexplored and how important it is to preserve the spirit of research and curiosity that drives progress. You take a deep breath, feeling the inspiring sense of wonder that envelops you, and allow yourself to be drawn into these reflections, as if floating on soft clouds that carry you into a world of fantasies and possibilities. You continue to delve into the mysterious world of the Voynich Manuscript, and your eyes, like a magnet, are drawn to its pages filled with unusual illustrations. Each image, like a window into another universe, tells its own story, rich with secrets and mysteries. On some pages, you see extraordinary plants that do not correspond to any known species on Earth. Their forms and colors captivate the imagination, leaves resembling butterfly wings, stems curved like waves on the surface of the sea, and flowers that seem to glow from within, evoking associations with fantastical creatures. You trace the drawings with your finger, feeling the texture of the paper, and think that these plants could only exist in the most daring dreams or in some distant corner of the unknown world. Some have leaves with intricate patterns that seem to change depending on the angle of view, while others appear to be made of light and shadow. A wave of curiosity washes over you as you realize that no botanist has been able to identify these species. Your imagination paints pictures of these plants growing in green forests filled with wonders, their aromas filling the air and creating a magical atmosphere. Then your attention is drawn to the complex astronomical diagrams, shining on the pages like stars in the night sky. You see circles and spirals that seem to connect planets and stars, forming intricate patterns that are impossible to understand. Each line, each symbol, is filled with meaning, waiting to be deciphered. You feel your heart beating in rhythm with the cosmic diagrams, as if they are calling you to dance among the stars. You can almost hear the whisper of scholars trying to decipher these diagrams, looking up at the night sky, trying to find a connection between the illustrations and the real world. Looking at these images, you ponder how much remains unknown in our understanding of the universe, and how many questions remain unanswered. Finally, you notice enigmatic human figures depicted in various poses and surroundings. They seem to be engaged in some mysterious activity. Some stand with raised hands, as if calling upon the heavens, while others study nature or observe the stars. These figures, with their peculiar forms and facial expressions, seem to come to life under your gaze, inviting you to join their search. Each detail in these illustrations is filled with meaning and mystery, creating an atmosphere rich in hidden rituals and ancient knowledge. You allow yourself to be drawn into this game of light and shadow, feeling as each stroke and each image fills you with a deep sense of wonder and awe. The Voynich Manuscript, with its peculiar plants, astronomical diagrams, and enigmatic figures, remains undeciphered, like a star shining brightly in the night sky, and your heart is filled with a sense of connection to something greater than yourself. You take a deep breath, allowing this feeling to envelop you, and let your mind gently glide between the pages like waves on an endless ocean of knowledge. You continue your meditative journey into the world of the Voynich Manuscript, and your attention is drawn to the history of attempts to decipher it. As you delve into these thoughts, you feel the waves of time wrapping around you like a warm blanket, reminding you that many have tried to solve this enigma. Hundreds of cryptographers, linguists, and scholars like fearless explorers have challenged this mysterious manuscript, each hoping to at least partially lift the veil of its secrets. You can almost hear their whispers and sighs as they studied the pages filled with unfamiliar symbols, trying to find logic in this enigmatic language that remains inaccessible. Among these brave seekers was Herbert O. Yardley, renowned for his skill in code breaking during World War II. You picture him focused on the pages, surrounded by books, searching for the key to the puzzle, unaware that the manuscript continues to remain undeciphered, like a secret of an ancient temple, preserving its mysteries even for the most experienced minds. You feel a deep respect for these intellectual seekers who, despite all their efforts, encountered an insurmountable barrier. The text of the Voynich Manuscript, like a ghost, eluded them, defying any known system of encryption or language. You imagine them raising their hands to the sky, as if asking the stars why their efforts remain fruitless. This enigma, like a firefly in the night, draws you in but remains elusive, and you understand that each symbol on these pages is not just a letter, but a manifestation of human curiosity which knows no bounds. You can almost feel these symbols whispering their secrets to you, but each time you try to decipher them, they slip away like water through your fingers. This thought fills you with a profound sense of the depth and grandeur of human thought, striving for understanding and knowledge. You pause for a moment, allowing your mind to gently glide along this stream of history, and you realize that despite all the time and effort spent, the Voynich Manuscript remains a living monument to a mystery that continues to inspire and intrigue, leaving in your heart a sense of connection to eternity. You continue your meditative journey, and now your attention is drawn to linguistic and statistical anomalies in the Voynich Manuscript. It's as if you're diving into a world where each word and symbol is part of a puzzle, feeling your consciousness begin to explore these unique features, like a scuba diver descending into the depths of the ocean. You notice that the manuscript text possesses certain linguistic traits that evoke both surprise and admiration. For instance, the frequency of symbols varies, with some appearing significantly more often than others, as if they are key elements of some secret language. When you visualize these symbols, you can sense them dancing on the pages, creating a rhythm that, however, remains elusive to understanding. The length of words in the manuscript also piques your interest, as most are between 3 and 7 symbols long, which is quite similar to the structures found in many known languages. Yet, despite their symmetry and harmony, you realize that the text is not meaningful in any known language, adding to its mystery. You observe that some words appear only in specific sections, hinting at hidden meanings or themes that remain unsolved. You can imagine researchers engrossed in studying these anomalies feeling like detectives gathering clues, trying to unravel the mystery, but each time they seem to approach the answer, it slips away like a shadow. Some symbols appear to have no counterparts in alphabets, making you wonder about the nature of this text. Perhaps it is a language from some ancient world, or merely a mental game designed to confound even the most seasoned linguists. You feel that this space holds more than just a collection of letters and symbols. Here, in this manuscript, are the dreams and aspirations of those who sought to understand, know, and explain the world around them. You allow yourself to once again experience the grandeur of human thought, which, despite all obstacles, strives for higher meaning and understanding. You pause for a moment to feel how these linguistic anomalies create an atmosphere of mystery and enchantment that envelops the Voynich Manuscript like mist over an ancient forest, and realize that this puzzle, despite its complexity, continues to inspire minds and hearts, opening up endless horizons of possibilities. You continue your meditative journey, and now your attention shifts to the chronological context of the Voynich Manuscript, immersing you in the atmosphere of the early Renaissance. You feel time beginning to stretch, and the air is filled with a subtle scent of history. Inhaling, you realize that radiocarbon analysis conducted in 2009 established that the parchment on which this enigmatic text is written dates back to the early 15th century, approximately between 1444 and 1438. This date transports you to an era of profound changes. Art, science, and philosophy were beginning to take flight, opening new horizons for human understanding. You imagine great masters like Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo creating their masterpieces, while scientists such as Copernicus began to question traditional views of the universe. Like gentle waves lapping against the shore, you feel ideas and knowledge intertwining, creating a unique environment for the birth of the Voynich Manuscript. With each passing minute, you delve deeper into this context, understanding that the mystery of the manuscript could not have arisen by chance, but rather reflects a time filled with aspirations and searches. You notice how this discovery rules out versions of later forgeries, and in your mind a picture begins to form. Perhaps this text was not created merely as a mental exercise, but as part of a broader movement where each symbol and each page could be connected to the pursuit of truth and beauty. You allow yourself to feel the energy of this time when people sought knowledge, sometimes in the most unexpected forms, and how the Voynich Manuscript could have been part of this process. With each breath, you feel the chronological context immersing you in a world of possibilities, where every element could be a key to the solution, and at the same time, you understand that the very nature of the mystery may be as valuable as its possible resolution. You pause to appreciate how this knowledge of the time and place in which the Voynich Manuscript was written adds another layer to your perception of this enigmatic work. Your soul is filled with awe for those who lived in this era and for those who continue to seek answers to questions that may never be fully unraveled. You continue to delve into the mysterious world of the Voynich Manuscript, and your attention is now drawn to both the main scientific and unconventional theories surrounding this enigmatic text. Your mind is filled with a multitude of opinions and hypotheses, many of which seem as complex as the manuscript itself. One of the most popular versions suggests that the Voynich Manuscript is an encrypted text, possibly a medical or alchemical treatise containing knowledge lost to modern humanity. You can imagine alchemists in those times seeking the philosopher's stone, not just to transform metals, but also the human soul. In this context, each illustration in the manuscript, whether it be plants or astronomical objects, could be linked to specific processes or substances that alchemists tried to describe, but in an encrypted form to protect their knowledge from the uninitiated. You also notice that some researchers propose the hypothesis that the text could have been created in a completely unique, long-forgotten language, understood by only a select few. This idea fills your imagination with images of ancient communities using their own languages and symbolism to convey knowledge and ideas. You feel that this hypothesis contains not only a mystery, but also the potential for discoveries that could change your understanding of history. Perhaps this manuscript could be the key to understanding how languages developed and how they influence culture and science. However, you also encounter a more radical hypothesis, which suggests that the Voynich Manuscript could have been written by someone suffering from a mental illness. This version evokes mixed feelings. On one hand, it may seem questionable, but on the other, it opens doors to understanding the human mind and its infinite possibilities. You can picture the author possibly being in a state of trance or emotional turmoil, with the manuscript reflecting their inner world filled with vivid images and symbols that defy logical explanation. You ponder how deeply personal experiences can be inscribed in words and images, and how this can influence the perception of the text. You feel that each of these theories adds new shades to your understanding of the Voynich Manuscript, creating a multi-layered image where knowledge and mystery intertwine. You imagine each page of the manuscript as both a window into the world and a mirror reflecting the author's inner experiences. Exploring these ideas allows you to delve into thoughts about how the human pursuit of knowledge and understanding can manifest in the most varied forms. You notice how all these theories, each with its unique perspective, create an atmosphere of deep respect for the ongoing research and searches. With each breath, you feel that your perception of the Voynich Manuscript is not just an investigation of the text, but a journey into the depths of human nature, striving for knowledge, even if it requires embracing the unknown and the inexplicable. You continue to delve into the mysterious world of the Voynich Manuscript, and soon your interest is piqued by another intriguing theory surrounding this manuscript. You find yourself contemplating the possibility that the Voynich Manuscript was created as a brilliant hoax. This idea is gaining traction among researchers, and you begin to envision a cunning alchemist or scientist who might have had something more in mind than simply creating a text. You can imagine him with a smirk on his face, taking a clean parchment and beginning to inscribe intricate symbols, aware that his true purpose is not to convey knowledge, but to deceive and confuse his contemporaries. This version sparks your interest, as it raises questions about the motivations and intentions of those who create works of art and science. You feel this thought filling your mind with new images. Perhaps he used his knowledge and experience to create something that appears to be a serious scientific work, but is actually devoid of meaning. It could have been an intellectual experiment, a game of the mind testing the limits of perception and understanding. You can picture his manuscript filled with enigmatic drawings and incomprehensible texts, attracting the attention of scholars, adventurers, and curious individuals, all eager to unravel its mysteries, unaware that they are merely falling into a cleverly crafted trap. You feel admiration for the audacity and originality of this theory as it challenges conventional notions of knowledge and truth. You start to ponder how such ideas can coexist, creating a space for deep discussions and discoveries. Perhaps it is the very lack of meaningful content that adds to the manuscript's mystique, for you understand that the unknowable and unsolved is what draws attention and sparks interest. You notice that proponents of this version, relying on facts and observations, emphasize that many pages of the manuscript contain no clear information and often consist of a jumble of symbols and drawings that defy logical analysis. With each breath you take, you feel the diversity of theories enriching your experience, allowing you to view the Voynich Manuscript as a multi-layered object that can be examined from various angles. You imagine this manuscript not just as a book, but as a symbol of human curiosity and the pursuit of mysteries that will always stir the mind. Perhaps the true value of the Voynich Manuscript lies in its ability to inspire reflection, questioning, and the search for answers, even if they remain beyond reach. You allow yourself to feel how your consciousness opens up to new ideas, as if you are in a space where knowledge and the unknown intertwine, creating a sense of infinite wonder. You continue to delve into the world of the Voynich Manuscript, and soon you begin to feel its cultural and historical significance unfolding before you like a page from a mysterious book. It is impossible to ignore that regardless of its true nature, the Voynich Manuscript is a unique artifact that continues to captivate scholars, researchers, and enthusiasts of mysteries. You can imagine how this manuscript, created in the early 16th century, transcends being just text. It becomes a symbol of human curiosity and the pursuit of knowledge and understanding. With each new page, you feel a growing curiosity and desire to unravel its secrets, opening doors to the history and culture of that time. You find yourself contemplating how various scholars, from cryptographers to linguists, strive to decipher it, seeking to understand the meaning behind its enigmatic symbols and illustrations. You wondered how this work might reflect the spirit of its time, when science and mysticism intertwined, and people sought answers to complex questions about the nature of reality. You can picture the heated debates in universities and scientific circles about what constitutes knowledge and how it should be presented, and how the Voynich Manuscript could have been a part of these discussions. You sense that this manuscript serves as a bridge between epochs, connecting the past and the present, and continues to stimulate research in cryptography, linguistics, and the history of science. You can almost hear the voices of scholars discussing different approaches to understanding the text, asking questions and proposing theories that are as enigmatic as the manuscript itself. This atmosphere of scientific inquiry and the pursuit of mysteries evokes a sense of awe in you, for you realize that it is in the process of research that we discover new horizons and deepen our understanding not only of the text, but also of human nature as a whole. You can feel how this pursuit of understanding appears as an endless stream that carries you through the centuries, connecting different cultures and ideas. The Voynich Manuscript, with its mysterious symbols and vivid illustrations, can become not just an object of study, but also a source of inspiration for new discoveries and reflections on what it means to know and understand. You can imagine how this work of art and science continues to evoke a sense of wonder and admiration, opening doors to a world where knowledge and mystery go hand in hand, creating a space for profound contemplation about what makes us human. At this moment, you feel that the significance of the Voynich manuscript transcends its physical pages. It becomes a symbol of our quest for knowledge and exploration, reminding you that even the most complex mysteries can lead to new discoveries and understanding. You continue your reflections, and in your mind questions begin to form that remain unanswered, like unsolvable puzzles awaiting their solution. Who was the author of this impenetrable code in the Voynich manuscript? Can you imagine this mysterious person or group of people working in the 16th century, sitting at a table surrounded by candles, parchment and ink, lost in thought? What drove them? Perhaps it was a scholar seeking to preserve their knowledge from prying eyes, or an alchemist wanting to inscribe their revelations in a mysterious cipher to protect their secrets. You wonder who this book was written for and what its true purpose was. Maybe it was a gift for a powerful patron, desiring a unique work of art and science, or perhaps it was simply an experiment, an attempt to find a new way to express thoughts and ideas. With each new question, you feel the boundaries between past and present begin to blur, and you are drawn into the atmosphere of those days when this book could have been more than just text. It could have been a true key to understanding the world around it. You can almost feel the cold wind from the past brushing against your cheeks, and the rustle of pages evokes images of people who might have turned its pages in hope of finding answers. What was the true purpose of creating such a mysterious book that seems to resist being read? You feel this desire to unravel the mystery becoming a part of your own search, and each new question only deepens your reflections. Perhaps the author wanted to provoke confusion, to make the reader ponder the deep meaning of life and knowledge, or maybe this manuscript was simply a game of the mind, a creation that found value in its unravelability. You allow yourself to linger on these questions like a melody that plays in your mind, and notice how they fill you with a sense of wonder and tranquility. Your intuition tells you that the answers lie in these questions, in this silence of contemplation, and that they hold the keys not only to the Voynich manuscript, but also to the very nature of human pursuit of knowledge. You feel these thoughts like gentle waves carrying you into a world where mysteries and riddles become part of your inner journey, and you continue to breathe slowly, letting these thoughts flow smoothly into your consciousness. You allow yourself to delve deeper into this atmosphere, and in your consciousness you begin to feel that the Voynich manuscript is not just a book, but some silent testimony to lost knowledge, to a brilliant deception, or to something that still eludes understanding. You notice how this work of art becomes a symbol of humanity's pursuit of mysteries that remain unsolved, and there is something captivating about it. Each page, each strange illustration, each intricate symbol is like a whisper from the past, calling you to study and comprehend. You can almost feel your imagination painting images of those who tried to decipher its secrets, those who may have spent years of their lives searching for the key to its understanding. Over centuries, scholars, linguists, and cryptographers have attempted to unravel its mysteries, but each time they encountered the same silence, which seem to mock their efforts. You feel this silence becoming a part of your own experience, as if you too are in a room filled with old books, each volume holding its own secrets. Your soul is filled with a deep respect for this work, which, despite its unsolvability, continues to inspire and stir the minds. Perhaps its true value lies not in its solution, but in its ability to ignite in us the desire to seek, explore, and ask questions. You see how the Voynich Manuscript becomes a bridge between you and those who lived in the past, connecting time and space in a single flow. Each attempt to understand it only deepens your connection to these seekers of truth, and you feel your own thirst for knowledge becoming a part of this great tradition. With every new look at its pages, you feel as if you are opening up new worlds filled with riddles and unspoken mysteries. This journey you are on is not just about studying the text, but a truly meditative process in which you allow yourself to be part of something greater than just words on a page. You feel your thoughts flowing into images, and you allow yourself to linger in this state, enjoying each moment, each thought, each sensation that this enigmatic manuscript brings you. Each unanswered question becomes not just a question, but a door to a world of endless possibilities, where you can wander, explore, and find your own truth. You realize that perhaps this is the true essence of the Voynich Manuscript, to not provide final answers, but to inspire us to seek, to ponder, and to meet ourselves in this infinitely mysterious world of knowledge. You are immersed in the world of antiquity, where mysterious discoveries transport you to an era when people sought answers to questions that today seem familiar. Your imagination paints pictures of archaeological excavations from the 1930s near Baghdad in modern-day Iraq. You can almost hear the sound of a shovel striking the earth and the whispers of researchers eagerly awaiting a discovery that could change their understanding of ancient civilization. Your attention is drawn to one of the found clay vessels, which initially seemed unremarkable until researchers noticed its unique contents. Inside, they find a copper cylinder and an iron rod, sparking a chain of thoughts about the knowledge that ancient people may have possessed, which we are just beginning to comprehend. Your imagination fills with questions. How were these items used? Were they part of a ritual or served a practical purpose? Your soul is filled with awe as you realize that this discovery could be the first step in understanding that some technologies we consider modern may have their roots in the distant past. Researchers begin to interpret this vessel as an ancient electrical device, causing excitement and confusion in scientific circles. You feel your thoughts form an image of ancient craftsmen working with metal, and you wonder what secrets they may have hidden from posterity. This discovery, known as the Baghdad Battery, sparks lively interest and debate among scholars, and you feel your heart race with excitement. You understand that this find may not just be an artifact, but a key to unraveling many mysteries of ancient technologies that we still do not know. You allow yourself to imagine how this battery might have been used in the lives of people at that time, perhaps for healing or in some craft processes. Each new thought about the Baghdad Battery opens a portal to a world where science and magic intertwine, where knowledge was passed down through generations. This meditation on the discovery allows you to feel a connection between the past and the present, for you understand that many questions remain relevant to this day. You look at this vessel not just as an object, but as a symbol of humanity's pursuit of knowledge and understanding of its place in the world. Each new discovery and interpretation deepens your connection with those who lived millions of years ago, and you feel this journey through time becoming part of your own quest for truth. You allow yourself to linger in these thoughts, feeling reverence for those who left this mark on history, and realize that such discoveries serve as reminders of how extraordinary and mysterious our existence can be. You continue your journey into the world of mysteries and discoveries, and now your attention is focused on the construction of the Baghdad Battery. This unusual find consists of a small clay jar, approximately 30 centimeters in height. You can imagine its rounded form smoothly transitioning into a wide neck, creating an impression of simplicity and refinement. Inside this jar is a copper cylinder which, like a rod of light, extends to the center. You feel the cold metal which holds the secrets of antiquity. Through the center of the cylinder runs an iron rod insulated with bitumen, adding a certain complexity to this construction, which may have been used for transmitting electricity. You know that this artifact dates from around 250 BCE to 250 CE, corresponding to the Parthian or Sasanian period. Your imagination paints pictures of the time when craftsmen created such devices in their workshops, surrounded by the sounds of hammering and clanging where metal meets fire. You envision how these ancient people might have used this battery to create light in dark rooms or even for ritual purposes. An object that at first glance seems simple turns out to be a complex mechanism capable of surprising with its ingenuity. You delve into thoughts about how this artifact could have changed people's lives, giving them the ability to explore the world around them. Your imagination fills with vivid images, and each new fact about the Baghdad Battery only intensifies your admiration. It becomes for you not just an object, but a true symbol of human ingenuity and the desire for knowledge. You allow yourself to enjoy this moment when the past and present intersect, giving birth to new ideas, and each detail of this find becomes a part of your inner journey through time and space. You delve deeper into the mysteries of the Baghdad Battery, and your attention is drawn to the theory proposed by German archaeologist Wilhelm König. In 1938, he suggested that this artifact might serve a purpose beyond being a mere oddity. You can almost see König surrounded by books and manuscripts, examining a clay jar, as an idea begins to take shape in his mind that this device could be a genuine galvanic element. You can almost feel his wave of inspiration as he realizes that, combined with an acidic or alkaline solution like vinegar or grape juice, this jar could produce an electrochemical reaction. This reaction releases ions, generating a weak electrical current that could range from 0 to 2 volts. Your imagination takes flight as you picture ancient people utilizing such simple substances for their purposes. Perhaps they used these currents to create light or for healing, applying electricity in rituals. You can almost see a soft light emerging from the dark corners of their dwellings, piercing through the centuries like a star, guiding the way to new discoveries. With each new fact about the Baghdad Battery, your curiosity grows, and you begin to understand that this find is far more than just an artifact. It is a window into human ingenuity. You realize that even such a seemingly simple construction as the Baghdad Battery can open doors to new possibilities and understanding. Your imagination fills with images of old workshops where scientists and inventors, filled with hope, created their devices, relying on the natural materials around them. Your soul is filled with inspiration, and you understand that even in the simplest things, great mysteries lie hidden, waiting to be discovered. You allow yourself to linger on this moment, savoring how history intertwines with science, and how each element of this construction opens new horizons of understanding. You listen to every word, allowing yourself to immerse in a world where science and art merge into a single flow, creating harmony that is felt even in the heart of this ancient artifact. You continue your journey into the world of the Baghdad Battery, and your imagination fills with vivid images of modern scientists and enthusiasts inspired by the discovery of Wilhelm König, who begin conducting experiments with this unique artifact. You can picture the quiet hum of electricity in laboratories as researchers assemble their own versions of this ancient battery. They use clay jars, copper components, and acids to recreate the conditions that could have caused an electrochemical reaction. You feel the spirit of discovery in the air, and with each step of these modern alchemists, they draw closer to unraveling the ancient mystery. Some may use vinegar to create a solution, while others try grape juice, and with each new experiment, they seem to open a mysterious world that has been closed for centuries. You can almost hear their excitement as they watch the jar generate an electric current. Imagine them connecting small light bulbs, and you see a soft light appear in the darkness, like stars breaking through clouds. This sight is undoubtedly magical, as you understand that even such simple components can be used to create light that illuminates the space around you. Your heart fills with joy at the thought that ancient technologies continue to inspire a new generation of researchers. In your imagination, you see scenes where children watch in awe as their teachers bring this battery to life, learning the basics of electricity as they see ice shadows turn into bright flashes of light. Modern reconstructions of the Baghdad Battery become more than just scientific experiments. They are true lessons in history and technology, helping new generations better understand the connection between the past and the present. You can picture someone taking an old jar and placing it on a table, as if it were a bridge between two eras, between ancient inventors and modern scientists. Each step in this process, each lit bulb, is a small victory that confirms that even in the simplest of constructions, great mysteries and possibilities lie hidden. You lose yourself in these thoughts, allowing yourself to feel how history continues to live in the present, and how the light created by such simple technology can inspire people to new discoveries and inventions. Each experiment is not only a step towards understanding, but also a reminder that science and creativity have always been intertwined, and how sometimes the simplest things can open up whole worlds filled with wonders and possibilities. You allow yourself to linger in this moment, enjoying how modernity intertwines with antiquity, and how this process opens up new horizons of understanding and inspiration. You continue your immersion into the mysterious world of the Baghdad Battery, and feel as new horizons unfold before you, filled with extraordinary possibilities that could have been harnessed in ancient times. You can imagine how people of that era understood the power of electricity and sought ways to apply it in their daily lives. One of the most intriguing theories involves the use of electricity for gilding, a process by which metals are coated with a thin layer of gold or silver. You picture craftsmen using the Baghdad Battery to create magnificent jewelry that would sparkle in the sun, drawing the attention of all around. You can almost feel the warmth emanating from the copper and silver coating and see it shimmer, highlighting the artistry and skill of ancient craftsmen like Arne Egebrecht, who proved that such techniques indeed existed and were used. In your imagination, you see workshops where craftsmen with focused faces work on creating wonders that not only delight the eye, but also symbolize status and wealth. This idea of using electricity to create beauty fills you with inspiration and awe. But beauty was not the only goal of using the Baghdad Battery. You also delve into the medical possibilities. Imagine ancient healers using electricity for pain relief. You can see them applying current to ease patients' suffering, creating a sort of ancient device for healing that helped people cope with their ailments. This thought fills you with reverence for how knowledge of health and well-being could intersect with those seeking relief from their afflictions. Moving to more mystical aspects, you feel how electricity could have been used in religious or magical rituals, creating wonders in temples where statues would glow and seem alive. You can picture priests conducting ceremonies with the Baghdad Battery, creating magical moments when light pierces the darkness. Each time a statue began to glow, it could plunge the faithful into a trance, evoking a sense of divine presence. You remain in this state of wonder, realizing how electricity could bridge the physical and spiritual realms, creating an atmosphere of mystery and magic. You can almost hear the whispers of ancient prayers that echo in the air, as if the gods themselves are answering the calls. In this space where science and magic intertwine, you feel a deep connection with those who lived many centuries ago and their quest for knowledge and understanding of the world around them. The ancient history of the Baghdad Battery opens before you not only the mysteries of technology, but also the opportunity to look into the soul of human striving for understanding and connection with what surrounds us. You allow yourself to be immersed in these thoughts, filled with a sense of admiration and tranquility, recognizing how knowledge of the past continues to inspire us today. As you continue your journey through the depths of history, a sense of mystery envelops you as you encounter the context of the Baghdad Battery discovery. Before you unfolds a picture of an ancient world where technologies and knowledge that could have altered the course of history remain hidden from us. You notice that, like many other ancient artifacts, there are no direct written records or images that unequivocally confirm the use of these mysterious batteries for electrical purposes. This lack of documentation creates a veil of secrecy, and your imagination begins to paint various hypotheses and theories. You can picture scientists poring over ancient texts, trying to find mentions of the Baghdad Battery, but their efforts often prove futile. Feeling this complexity, you realize that the absence of evidence makes the purpose of the battery a subject of speculation. Perhaps it was used for healing practices, as we have discussed, or for creating extraordinary effects in rituals. You ponder how people of the past sought explanations for phenomena they couldn't fully comprehend. This sense of uncertainty and bewilderment becomes part of your immersion, and you begin to understand the importance of history. It is not just about facts, but also about the opportunity for imagination to fill the gaps. You feel how this mystery drives you to delve deeper into thoughts about how the technologies we take for granted today would have been mere fantasies for people of that era. You return to the idea of how ancient civilizations used their knowledge to create things that we are only beginning to understand now. This connection between past and present fills you with a sense of wonder and curiosity, and you allow yourself to be absorbed in this atmosphere where scientific research and human dreams intertwine. You breathe slowly, feeling how each thought helps you understand not only the artifact itself, but also those who were capable of creating it despite the lack of direct evidence. This mystery, this invisible thread connecting you to those who lived many centuries ago, fills your consciousness with a deep respect for the human desire to understand the world. You realize that even in the absence of clear evidence, human imagination and the desire to explore the unknown remain powerful driving forces. You allow yourself to enjoy this moment, feeling how history and mystery interact, creating a unique atmosphere in which you find yourself. You continue to explore this intriguing topic, and your imagination transports you to distant times when the Baghdad Battery could have been part of everyday life. How could such technology have emerged in antiquity and then been completely lost over centuries until electricity was rediscovered in the 18th or 19th centuries? You ask yourself this question, and in your mind's eye you see a picture of ancient craftsmen who could have created amazing devices using knowledge that seems distant and inaccessible to us today. You imagine them gathering materials, perhaps from the surrounding nature, and experimenting with them, trying to understand the properties of various metals and minerals that could generate electrical charges. Feeling this connection, you understand that many achievements of ancient civilizations can be lost in the depths of time, and this gives you a special sense of tenderness and regret. You notice that even the simplest achievements can be forgotten if they are not properly documented or passed on to the next generations. This leads you to reflect on how technologies arise and disappear, how culture and knowledge are transmitted or, conversely, lost. You begin to realize that perhaps the Baghdad Battery was not the only device that could have changed the course of history, but just one of many artifacts that have been overlooked in the flow of time. You feel your soul fill with deep gratitude for the opportunity to ponder such questions as lost technologies and hidden knowledge that could have changed our understanding of the world. As you slowly inhale and exhale, feeling peace envelop you, you understand that the mystery of the Baghdad Battery immerses you in a world where the boundaries between reality and fiction blur, and you can allow yourself to dream about what could have been. As you continue along this river of thought, you can feel the excitement of discovery intertwining with quiet awe, creating harmony between your inner world and what you uncover in the depths of history. You ask yourself how it could have happened that such an important technology disappeared, and what the consequences would have been if it had continued to develop. You become interested in how our modern civilization would have evolved if a knowledge of electricity had been passed down from generation to generation, as it is with other scientific discoveries. You allow yourself to dwell on this thought, feeling it unfold like a delicate flower opening under the sun's rays. You feel this enigma, this incompleteness, sharpening your perception of time, and you realize that every lost technology, every abandoned idea leaves a trace in history, waiting to be discovered. You continue to breathe, and with each inhale you feel this mystery becoming a part of you, filling your consciousness with new questions and ideas that will accompany you throughout your life. You continue to explore this fascinating topic, delving deeper and noticing how the Baghdad Battery opens doors to other amazing possibilities that may have existed in ancient civilizations. Imagine a world where people could use electricity, perhaps without fully understanding its nature, but intuitively recognizing its power. You begin to recall other artifacts found in various corners of the world that might indicate the presence of more advanced technologies in the past. For instance, you think about ancient texts that mention mysterious mechanisms, similar to the Antikythera mechanism, which could perform complex calculations or predict astronomical phenomena. You wonder if these devices were merely interesting toys or the result of deep knowledge about astronomy and mechanics that was lost over the centuries. Ancient Greeks, for example, could have had more sophisticated tools than we can imagine, and you feel a sense of awe at this thought. You can almost feel the pulse of time when these masters created their mechanisms filled with secrets and mysteries. The image of ancient Rome comes to mind, and you start contemplating how aqueducts, water pipes, and other engineering marvels could have been part of a more complex system, possibly based on principles we still do not fully understand. Perhaps ancient builders knew something about the power of water and pressure, allowing them to create these magnificent structures that continue to awe us with their beauty and functionality. You return to the thought of the Baghdad Battery and how its existence might point to a whole collection of forgotten technologies that could change our understanding of the past. You feel your imagination filling with images of ancient people mastering and applying knowledge of physical principles that seem inaccessible to us today. This may not be just a coincidence, but evidence that our ancestors could have had a deeper understanding of nature than we usually think. You ponder how many more such artifacts might be hidden under layers of earth, waiting to be discovered. Each new artifact that archaeology uncovers can provide a key to understanding how ancient civilizations interacted with their environment, how they used their knowledge to create amazing things. This mystery, this unspoken truth, fills you with a sense of anticipation, as if you are standing on the threshold of a new discovery. You realize that each question you ask yourself opens up new horizons, and you feel this sense of research spirit filling you. You allow yourself to dream about what could have been if ancient knowledge were once again accessible, and how it could change not only our understanding of history, but also the very nature of humanity. With each breath, you feel this magical thread connecting past and present wrapping around you, giving you a sense of deep connection with those who lived before you and those who will live after. You allow yourself to be part of this flow of time, letting your thoughts flow freely like a river that knows where to go, and you feel how peace and awe intertwine in your consciousness. You continue to delve into the mysteries of the Baghdad Battery, and it seems as if a vivid picture is unfolding in your mind. You notice that not all scientists agree that this artifact was indeed used for generating electricity. Some propose alternative hypotheses that could completely change your perception of this ancient discovery. You can imagine researchers armed with magnifying glasses and books discussing the possibilities of this enigmatic vessel in the shadows of old libraries and laboratories. You hear their voices in your imagination, filling the space around you with a soft whisper. One of them suggests that the Baghdad Battery could have been nothing more than a container for scrolls, perhaps parchment scrolls that were highly valued in ancient times. You picture the parchment scrolls carefully folded inside, containing valuable knowledge, histories, or even sacred texts. This image makes you pause and consider how ancient people valued their knowledge, how they preserved it and passed it down through generations. You feel a slight tremor as you imagine these scrolls being used in rituals or as sources of wisdom for those seeking answers to eternal questions. Other researchers may view the Baghdad Battery as a cult object used in religious ceremonies. You can almost feel the spirit of ancient culture as you envision priests using it in their rituals, creating a connection between heaven and earth. You see the flickering of candles in the dim light of a sanctuary and the light reflecting off the walls, creating a mysterious atmosphere. Your imagination transports you to a time when every object had deep meaning and was connected to faith and customs. You realize that the Baghdad Battery may be more than just a mechanism or artifact. It could be a link between humanity and the divine. This thought fills you with awe as you contemplate the myriad of meanings that may lie hidden within this single discovery. Perhaps it is this diversity of interpretations that opens up endless horizons of history, where each new finding can enrich your understanding of the past. You allow yourself to ponder how many more secrets artifacts hold, waiting to be understood. These alternative hypotheses about the Baghdad Battery become a window into the world of ancient emotions, desires, and aspirations, which may not be so different from your own. You feel how these reflections enrich your perception of history, and your consciousness is filled with a light excitement from the endless possibilities that open up before you in this extraordinary journey through time. You continue to navigate the waves of contemplation about the Baghdad Battery, feeling how this ancient artifact remains one of the most enigmatic and captivating relics in the world of archaeology. You notice how around you unfolds a symphony of opinions, ideas, and theories, each adding new hues to your understanding. This battery, discovered in Iraq and dated to the 1st century AD, evokes not only admiration, but also deep questions about the technologies that could have existed in ancient times. You can imagine how scientists around the world engage in heated debates about its purpose, and how each new perspective on this artifact opens up new horizons for you. Your thought that the Baghdad Battery could have been more than just a device for generating electricity, but a complex object with multiple functions, fills you with wonder. You allow yourself to ponder how ancient civilizations might have used it, perhaps in medical practices, for creating electrical discharges, or in other rituals that transcend your imagination. Research shows that electricity in ancient times might not have been as mysterious as we usually think. You begin to realize that this battery could symbolize a significant milestone in human history, where knowledge and technology intersected in the pursuit of understanding the world. Your imagination paints pictures of ancient scholars who might have used this battery for their experiments, making remarkable discoveries that could have changed the course of history. You feel a slight tremor when you picture them working in the dim light of their laboratories, their research illuminated by fires reflecting off the walls, and you sense that their quest for knowledge was as strong as yours today. At the same time, you understand that this mystery remains open, and that the Baghdad Battery is not just an object, but a symbol of how far the human mind can go in its pursuit of understanding. You realize that this artifact continues to spark lively discussions, not only among scientists, but also among history enthusiasts who strive to unravel its secrets. Each new approach to studying the Baghdad Battery can lead to a re-evaluation of your understanding of ancient science and technology, filling you with a sense of awe. You allow yourself to consider that every discovery made in the past can continue to influence our present and future. And in this thought you find solace and amazement, for history, like the Baghdad Battery itself, is full of mysteries and possibilities just waiting to be explored. You feel your consciousness gently drift into a world where scientific discoveries and ancient legends intertwine, creating a unique fabric of human experience that continues to inspire and amaze. You continue to delve into the world of mysteries and extraordinary discoveries, and your attention is drawn to an equally intriguing artifact, the Shroud of Turin. You imagine a long linen cloth carefully laid out in one of the historical corners of the Italian city of Turin. This cloth, as many believe, bears a faint image of a man crucified in a manner similar to Jesus Christ. You feel as if this enigmatic work of art envelops you in an atmosphere of historical significance and spiritual depth. The Shroud of Turin is considered one of the most mysterious and controversial relics in the world, and each glance at it stirs in you a desire to unravel its secrets. You notice how many researchers and believers strive to decipher its mysteries, and how debates about its origin have persisted for centuries. The cloth bears the imprint of a body, raising numerous questions. How did it appear, and what can it tell us about events that occurred more than 2,000 years ago? You can picture scientists and theologians gathering in conference rooms, discussing various theories and approaches to studying the Shroud of Turin, and how each new perspective on this relic opens up new horizons of understanding. Research shows that the cloth has undergone numerous scientific tests, but a consensus on its authenticity has not been reached. You feel a sense of awe when you imagine how, in the Middle Ages, the relic could have become a site of pilgrimage, with people gathering to see it and touch it, hoping for a miracle. Some believe that the Shroud of Turin may have been created in the Middle Ages, when it began to be actively studied and venerated, while others point to its possible ancient origin. You allow yourself to ponder the fact that such uncertainty only adds to the mystery of this artifact, making it a symbol of faith and the quest for understanding. Your thought that the Shroud of Turin may not be just a cloth, but a keeper of ancient history, fills you with a special feeling. You feel that this relic continues to spark lively discussions not only among scholars, but also among ordinary people who seek answers to questions about faith, human nature, and the mysteries of life. You realize that each new approach to studying the Shroud of Turin can lead to a re-evaluation of your understanding of history and religion, filling you with a sense of wonder. You immerse yourself in thoughts about how such relics can serve as a bridge between past and present, allowing you to connect with those who lived in other epochs. You feel a slight thrill when you imagine people standing before the Shroud of Turin, experiencing deep emotions and thoughts, and realize that this relic, like the Baghdad Battery, continues to inspire and amaze with its mystical presence. In this state, you allow yourself to pause for a moment and reflect on how many unsolved mysteries the world still holds, and how each of us can be a part of this endless history filled with riddles and sacred moments. You continue to delve into the mysterious world of the Shroud of Turin, and your attention is drawn to its visual characteristics, which evoke both awe and wonder. You imagine a linen cloth measuring 4 4/10 meters in length and 1 1/10 meter in width. This long linen cloth, like a blanket, covers the mysteries of the past, its texture soft and slightly rough to the touch, as if it has passed through the centuries, preserving the breath of history. You gaze at the faint image of a full-length man which appears on the cloth like a ghost from a distant past. On the shroud, you can see both the front and back of the body, which evokes a sense of connection to ancient events. You notice that the image is rendered in almost monochromatic shades, with barely perceptible hues that seem to come alive under the light. Each detail of the imprint evokes deep emotions, the traces of wounds on the hands and feet, which appear to tell the story of the sufferings described in the Gospels. You see the marks of the lashes that cover the body, and the thorny crown that left its imprint on the forehead. These details, such as the bruises barely visible but clearly defined, correspond to the descriptions of Christ's sufferings, filling your mind with deep respect for this artifact. You feel your heart pause as you understand that this imprint could be a witness to the sufferings endured by a person more than 2,000 years ago. You allow yourself to focus on these visual elements, and your mind begins to paint pictures filled with history and the spirit of the time. You notice how each stroke, each shadow on the shroud can tell its own story, and how it becomes not just a relic, but a living witness. You can feel how, with each breath, you fill with understanding that this shroud, with its mysterious imprint, continues to provoke deep reflections on suffering, faith, and human nature. You realize that before you is not just a cloth, but a window into the past, opening up new horizons for reflection and understanding. Your soul fills with tranquility, and you allow yourself to take a deep breath, feeling how all these details weave together into a single picture that becomes part of your inner world. In this moment, you notice how the Shroud of Turin connects you with those who sought meaning and understanding in their lives, and how its history continues to live in our present. You continue your journey immersing yourself in the history of the Shroud of Turin, and your mind begins to wander through the centuries as if you are passing through an endless corridor of time. You imagine how, in the distant 1st century of our era in Edessa on the east, the first mention of the mysterious image known as the Mandilion could have appeared. This sacred object, according to legends, was not just a cloth, but a living witness on which the imprint of Christ's face remained. You feel as if history is unfolding before you, like an old film reel where each frame is filled with light and shadows, joy and sorrow. As the centuries pass, you notice that information about the shroud becomes increasingly fragmented and contradictory. You see how in the Middle Ages, around the 13th century, the Lyre shroud, also preserving the imprint of the Saviour, appears in Europe. Rumours about its miraculous properties and deep emotions associated with it begin to spread across the continent, like a quiet whisper passed from mouth to mouth. You can almost hear people gathering in churches discussing this relic, filled with hope and faith that it could heal and bring comfort. Each new day brings new stories and myths, and your soul is filled with a sense of mystery as you realize that each tale about the shroud is not just a piece of history, but a living breath of faith and hope. In this context, you understand that for many centuries the shroud has been at the center of religious disputes and discussions, and you feel how this creates an aura of mystery around it. Moving to the 16th century, you notice how the fate of the shroud changes again when it ends up in Turin in 1577, in the hands of the Savoy dynasty. This new home, like a reliable shelter, gives it new significance and opens a new chapter in its history. You can picture how, when the shroud arrives in Italy, it becomes the object of all-encompassing veneration, and how people gathered around it are once again filled with hope and awe. Your soul feels this connection to the past when you reflect on how each step of the shroud through the centuries was filled with gaps, ambiguities, and contradictions which only enhance its allure. You realize that this story is not just a chronology of events, but a complex web of human emotions, faith, and searches which continues to this day. Your awareness immerses itself in this richness, and you feel how each element, each detail of this history connects you with those who sought meaning and understanding throughout the centuries. You allow yourself to enjoy this moment when the history of the Shroud of Turin reveals its mysteries to you, and your mind is filled with peace and tranquility, as if you are standing on the bank of the river of time, watching the currents of history that carry with them endless possibilities for contemplation. You continue to delve into the enigmatic world of the Shroud of Turin, and your attention is drawn to the inexplicable nature of the image it bears. You pause for a moment to examine it more closely and realize that it is not merely a painting or drawing created with pigment as you might expect. Instead, the image is something else entirely, something unique and extraordinary. It is formed by surface changes in the linen fibers, resulting from a process known as corona discharge or desiccation. You can imagine scientists and researchers, filled with curiosity, trying to unravel the mysteries of this relic, but despite their efforts, they encounter numerous questions to which they cannot find answers. This only makes the shroud more intriguing, as if it were hiding secrets waiting to be revealed. Waves of curiosity and wonder begin to fill your consciousness as you realize that the technologies of the Middle Ages could not have created such an image, thereby highlighting the uniqueness of this artifact. You can almost hear the whispers of historians discussing various theories about how this image could have come to be and why it became so significant to the faithful. Each hypothesis, each new piece of information fills you with a sense of magic, as if you were at the heart of a scientific discovery where each new fact opens doors to the unknown. The shroud becomes more than just an object. It becomes a window into the past, allowing you to see how faith and science intertwine, creating a unique space for contemplation. You allow yourself to linger in this moment, letting your thoughts wander freely like light clouds in the sky, and you realize that every detail, every line on this sacred cloth tells a story filled with mysteries and wonders. You once again feel the warmth emanating from this relic and understand that it serves as a symbol not only of faith, but also of humanity's desire to comprehend the seemingly inaccessible. You allow yourself to enjoy this atmosphere as you feel your heart fill with awe at the grandeur of the mystery that has been carried through the ages. Your soul begins to resonate with this ancient history, and you realize that perhaps it is this very enigma that makes the Shroud of Turin so captivating to all seekers of truth. You look at the image again, and in that moment it becomes alive, filled with meaning that transcends time and space. You feel the history contained in these fibers penetrate you, evoking deep reflections and inner peace. You continue your journey through the mysterious world of the Shroud of Turin, and your attention is once again drawn to the story associated with the first photographs of this extraordinary artifact. In 1888, as the world was just beginning to master the art of photography, Italian photographer Secondo Pia decided to capture this relic, and he found himself with a unique opportunity. You can imagine him setting up his camera, the air filled with anticipation as he takes the first shot. When the film is developed, a real miracle unfolds before his eyes. The image that initially appeared as a simple print on cloth suddenly becomes a positive, three-dimensional, incredibly detailed photograph. You can almost feel the tension in the air as he realizes that his photographs reveal not just an image, but something much deeper and more significant. Every stroke, every line, every detail begins to take on new colors, giving the image volume and life that were previously unavailable. This discovery becomes a triumph for all supporters of the theory of the shroud's authenticity, as these photographs show not only the features of the face, but also textures that were invisible to the naked eye. You feel the news spreading, capturing people's minds and hearts, sparking waves of discussion and debate. Scientists, historians, and believers begin to look at the shroud with new admiration, each photograph becoming a subject of analysis and interpretation. In an almost casual way, Pia becomes not just a photographer but also a witness to a miracle that opens doors to new thoughts about faith and science. You feel the atmosphere filled with expectation and hope, for the shroud is no longer just a relic, but a symbol of deep human aspirations for knowledge and understanding. With each new image that comes to light, belief in the shroud's authenticity only strengthens, and you can almost hear the hearts of people beating in unison with this ancient mystery. These first photographs become not only a scientific discovery, but also a spiritual experience that connects people of different cultures and epochs in their search for answers to questions that trouble their souls. You allow yourself to linger in this moment, feeling the waves of historical significance wash over you, and you understand that it is this connection between past and present that makes the history of the Shroud of Turin so captivating and inspiring. You continue your exploration of the mysterious world of the Shroud of Turin, and your attention is drawn to the captivating realm of scientific research that surrounds these unique artifacts. You imagine scientists gathering in laboratories filled with modern equipment, studying the fabric that has been the subject of unending fascination for centuries. In 1978, the STURP project begins, with a group of scientists attempting to unravel the mysteries of the Shroud. You can feel their excitement and determination as they delve into their research, using the advanced technologies of the time. They employ various methods of analysis, including spectroscopy and electron microscopy, to examine the structure of the fabric, pigments, and even traces left on it. Each new test brings them closer to answers, yet, paradoxically, the results only deepen the enigma. While some aspects of the image appear to be substantiated, others remain unexplained, creating a stream of questions that never cease. You realize that in 1988, radiocarbon dating of tissue samples indicates that the Shroud dates to the 13th and 14th centuries, specifically between 1260 and 1390 AD. This discovery seems to cast doubt on the authenticity of the relic, as it suggests the possibility of a medieval forgery. You can picture the discussions and disputes that arise from these results, sparking a wave of dissatisfaction and disillusionment among believers and proponents of the Shroud's ancient origins. All around you, tension builds as each new fact raises new questions, and you feel the intrigue growing. Despite the contradictory results, scientists continue their research, and you understand that each new discovery adds another layer to this complex history. You sense how their efforts become a symbol of humanity's relentless pursuit of truth, and even amidst the doubts, faith remains a crucial element in this quest. While some question the authenticity, others continue to be awestruck by this unique relic, which still evokes deep feelings and contemplation. You pause for a moment, feeling the intricate web of scientific research, religious belief, and historical mysteries intertwine, creating an atmosphere rich with enigma and discovery. In each new investigation, you feel the pulse of humanity, striving to understand its past and perhaps find its spiritual purpose. This story of the Shroud of Turin is not just a scientific investigation. It is a journey through the ages, filled with emotions, doubts, and hopes that binds the hearts of people seeking answers to the questions that stir their souls. You continue to ponder the results of the radiocarbon analysis, which seemingly casts doubt on the authenticity of the Shroud of Turin. However, a different perspective is beginning to take shape in your mind. Advocates of the Shroud's authenticity present counter-arguments, emphasizing the possibility of contamination of the fibers, which could have skewed the dating results. You can imagine them using their insight and historical knowledge discussing various factors that might have influenced the fabric samples. The fires that engulfed the Shroud in 1931 left traces that could have altered the chemical composition of the fibers, and you feel this discovery makes you question just how fragile and vulnerable this relic is. Their arguments become increasingly persuasive as they speak of restoration work done in previous centuries, which could have introduced additional changes to the fabric's structure and age. Your imagination paints pictures of craftsmen carefully restoring and cleaning the Shroud using various methods, not always considering its historical value. You notice that proponents of the authenticity theory highlight the bioplastic film formed due to bacterial action, which could have mixed with the fibers and affected the radiocarbon dating results. This discovery adds another layer of understanding to your consciousness, and you realize that each new argument adds another facet to this multi-layered history. The debates over the accuracy of the dating continue, and you feel the discussion does not abate, raising questions about the importance of considering all aspects before making final conclusions. Each new study, each new discovery stirs your curiosity and desire for knowledge. These scientific debates become part of a broader picture that connects history, science, and faith in something greater. You realize that this relic continues to provoke deep reflection, and even amidst doubts it remains a symbol not only of antiquity but also of humanity's relentless pursuit of knowledge and understanding of its history. Your soul warms as you understand that despite the disputes, the Shroud of Turin continues to inspire people, encouraging them to reflect on their faith, past and future. You pause for a moment, allowing yourself to immerse in these thoughts and feel your heart fill with awe for what has passed and what is yet to be discovered. You continue your journey through the labyrinth of thoughts about the Shroud of Turin, and suddenly, a theory emerges in your mind that sounds like something out of a realm of wonders. You allow yourself to imagine that the image imprinted on this unique fabric could have appeared at the moment of Christ's resurrection, when, according to tradition, something great and mysterious occurred. You feel your imagination filling with images of light and energy that might have enveloped the space at that very moment. Some researchers have proposed a hypothesis that a powerful energy impulse, something like a radiation, could have burned the image onto the fabric. You can almost feel this life-giving light penetrating the fibers, leaving a trace that, despite centuries and trials, remains visible to the eye. This theory gives the shroud not only historical value but also a mystical, religious aspect, which makes you ponder deep questions of faith and spirituality. You notice how this idea awakens in you a sense of awe as it connects the material with the immaterial, the earthly with the heavenly. In your mind, images of ancient artists begin to form, who might have been inspired by this moment, creating works of art that reflect the divine. You feel that in this context, every stroke of the fabric, every color change, becomes not just an element of a historical artifact, but a part of a grand design. You imagine this fabric could serve as a witness not only to a physical phenomenon, but also to a deep spiritual experience that people who were present at this event might have undergone. Your soul fills with hope as you consider how many people throughout the centuries have turned to this relic in search of comfort, faith, and understanding. You feel the energy of this idea penetrating you, reminding you that faith can be not only personal, but also a shared experience that unites generations and cultures. This concept of the miraculous origin of the image on the shroud becomes for you not just a hypothesis, but an opportunity to delve deeper into the feelings it evokes. You pause for a moment, allowing yourself to experience this mystical aspect, perhaps feel a part of something greater than just a historical relic. In your heart, a desire is born to explore these depths further, immersing yourself in the world of faith, miracles, and hope that intertwine in this extraordinary story, leaving behind a faint trace of admiration and wonder. You continue your extraordinary journey, and now your attention is drawn to the three-dimensional properties of the image on the Shroud of Turin, which seem to reveal a new facet of this enigmatic artifact. You notice that the image is not flat but contains three-dimensional information that allows for the creation of precise models of the face and body depicted on the cloth. This discovery fills you with wonder, as it would have been incredibly challenging to achieve with the technology of the Middle Ages, when the science of light and imaging was just beginning to develop. You feel a slight tremor in the air as you ponder how such a complex and detailed image could have come into being. It seems as if an invisible artist created it, utilizing knowledge that was not available to people of that time. You realize that creating such an image would have required a light source at an infinite distance, making this event even more mysterious. You can almost feel the light falling on the surface of the cloth, creating shadows and highlights that give the illusion of volume and depth. This makes you reflect on how often we perceive the world in two dimensions, failing to notice the three-dimensionality and intricate structure hidden behind familiar images. This cloth, with its remarkable properties, becomes for you not just an object of study, but a genuine mystery that stirs your feelings and imagination. You feel your heart fill with awe at the secret it holds. And it seems as if the shroud itself whispers to you about ancient knowledge lost over time. You allow yourself a moment to pause and take a deep breath, feeling as this understanding of three-dimensionality opens new horizons in your thoughts about faith, art, and science. With each new realization, you delve deeper into the world of mysteries that this relic holds, and your imagination paints pictures of grandeur and astonishment that it evokes. You feel as if this information, like light, penetrates your consciousness, expanding it, and you realize that this shroud is not just a historical artifact, but a bridge between the past and the present, a point of intersection between faith and science, art, and history. You hold your breath once more, allowing yourself to enjoy this moment when the boundaries of different worlds open up new possibilities for understanding, and you remain in awe of the wonder that continues to live in the hearts of people. You continue to delve deeper into the world of the Shroud of Turin, and in this moment you feel the atmosphere of mystery and wonder surrounding you. This relic, one of the most studied yet enigmatic in human history, continues to captivate the attention of millions of people around the globe. You notice how many researchers and believers, scientists and historians strive to unravel its secrets, and each new hypothesis and discovery ignites in you a desire to learn more. You feel as if this cloth, imbued with centuries of history and beliefs, transcends its role as a mere object of study, becoming a symbol of the profound connection between science and faith. You can imagine how debates about its origins, whether it is a forgery or a genuine artifact, intertwine various perspectives, each offering new insights into understanding. These disputes, like ripples on the surface of a tranquil lake, spread out, intersecting and merging to form a complex picture of humanity's pursuit of knowledge. Your soul is filled with awe as you realize that this shroud is not just a piece of cloth, but a living history, embodying hopes and fears, faith and doubt, art and science. You allow yourself to ponder how each gaze upon this relic, whether scientific or spiritual, enriches your perception of the world and invites you to contemplate the nature of truth. Gradually, you come to understand that the Shroud of Turin, with its myriad questions and mysteries, becomes for you not just an object of study, but a true guide into a realm of contemplation where the boundaries between science and faith blur. With each new realization, you sink deeper into this boundless ocean of possibilities, feeling as your consciousness expands like light penetrating the cloth, creating new shades and forms. And in this moment you understand that despite all the disputes and disagreements, this relic remains a bridge between different worlds, uniting people in their quest to understand their history, their faith, and their place in this infinite cosmos. You feel how this understanding fills you with tranquility and serenity, allowing you to savor this moment when the intersection of science and faith opens new horizons for reflection and comprehension. You continue your journey through the boundless expanses of time, and now before you opens a new, captivating world, the world of Göbekli Tepe. This place, situated on a harsh plateau in the southeast of Turkey, has become a true archaeological sensation, shaking the foundations of our understanding of the origins of civilization. You can imagine how, in the 90s of the 20th century, when excavations began, archaeologists burdened with many questions and expectations descended into this mysterious land, covered with grass and stones. A cool wind touches your skin as you picture them, filled with excitement, digging layer by layer, uncovering numerous mysteries that had been hidden for centuries. This process was like the slow revelation of a secret, as if the earth itself whispered its secrets to them. You feel their hearts pounding with awe at each new discovery, and as each revelation comes, the world of archaeology is turned upside down. Göbekli Tepe, with its majestic stone pillars carved with remarkable precision, became not just a site of excavations, but a symbol of how much more complex and advanced human society was than previously thought. You can almost feel how these stone structures, forming circles and shapes, were created not only for rituals but also for uniting people, for communication and the transmission of knowledge. Archaeologists began to understand that this place likely served as a center of spiritual life, where people gathered to share their experiences and beliefs. You notice how these ideas, like a gentle rain, begin to fill your mind with images of ancient rituals and ceremonies, where people in the presence of these powerful stones sought connection with something greater than themselves. Research has shown that Göbekli Tepe was built more than 12,000 years ago, predating the first known civilizations, such as Mesopotamia or ancient Egypt, by several thousand years. With each new fact you realize, your understanding of history begins to expand, as if you are on the threshold of discovering a new world. You feel how this discovery not only changes archaeology but also anthropology, history, and even philosophy, forcing scientists to rethink not only the temporal framework but also the very essence of human existence. Göbekli Tepe becomes for you a symbol of how extraordinary and multifaceted our history is and how much more there is to learn. You allow yourself to ponder how these ancient people who created this place could dream of something greater than their daily lives, and how they might have sought answers to questions that still concern you today. You feel the echo of their aspirations and hopes resonating in your heart, creating a bridge between the past and the present. The remarkable discovery of Göbekli Tepe has become not only an archaeological triumph, but also a source of inspiration for contemplating the interaction of humans with their environment, how ancient cultures shape their understanding of spirituality and society. You understand that each stone here holds a part of human history, a part of the human soul, and this feeling fills you with peace and tranquility as you allow yourself to delve into this boundless depth of time. You continue to delve into the world of Göbekli Tepe, and in this journey you begin to understand its uniqueness and age. Imagine how German archaeologist Klaus Schmidt and his team started their excavations on this plateau in the early 90s. Each morning, they would ascend the hills where the air was filled with the freshness of morning dew, and with anticipation they would gaze upon the earth that held within it millennia-old secrets. You can feel their enthusiasm as they carefully unearthed the massive stone pillars carved with remarkable precision and adorned with mysterious symbols. These structures, dating back around 12,000 years, reveal a veil of time, transporting you to an era when humans were just beginning to recognize themselves as creators. You sense the ancientness as you realize that Göbekli Tepe predates the 10th millennium BCE, making it a monument that is 6,000 years older than the famous Stonehenge and 7,000 years older than the magnificent Pyramids of Giza. Each discovery here, each carved stone, speaks of the deep knowledge and skills that people possessed even then, allowing them to create such complex and monumental structures. You can picture how this ancient culture might have gathered here, not only for rituals but also to exchange experiences, discuss the most profound questions of existence, which also concern you. With each new fact about the age of Göbekli Tepe, you feel your connection to history deepen, and how these ancient people might have dreamt of the future while creating their legacy. This place seems to breathe, reminding you that there is still so much unexplored in the world, and each discovery, each stone on this plateau is a step towards understanding your own history. The uniqueness of Göbekli Tepe lies not only in its age, but also in how it changes our understanding of human civilization. You feel a sense of tranquility as this information fills you, allowing you to reflect on the eternal questions that cross generations. What does it mean to be human? What is our place in this vast cosmos? And perhaps it is here, among these stones, that you find peace, realizing that your life is a part of this endless history that continues to this day. You delve into the architectural details of Göbekli Tepe, and your imagination paints before you majestic megaliths standing in harmony with nature. You envision enormous T-shaped pillars weighing up to 20 tons, like mighty sentinels rising from the earth, embodying the strength and skill of ancient builders. Each pillar is placed in concentric circles, creating a sense of sacred space where time and space intertwine. You feel the air around you fill with ancient energy, and each step on this plateau becomes an act of respect for those who created this wonder. You notice the intricate and detailed carvings on the surface of the stones, as if they tell their own stories. Their depictions of animals, foxes, snakes, boars, and birds come to life in your imagination, reminding you of how closely connected ancient people were to their surroundings. You feel these animals, carved with remarkable precision, reflect not only nature but also the inner world of those who lived here. Each line and curve of the carvings evokes awe and curiosity, as if you are reading an ancient book written in a language understood only by those who listen attentively. You pause to examine abstract symbols that may have held special meaning for the creators. You can feel your imagination transport you to the world of ancient rituals, where each symbol could be a key to understanding life and death, light and darkness, love and fear. You sense that these megaliths were not just building blocks, but part of something greater, something that connects people, ideas, and beliefs. Each breath you take is filled with the spirit of this place, where art and architecture merge, creating an atmosphere of mystery and tranquility. You realize that even in the silence of the stones lies deep wisdom, and perhaps it is in these details that we find understanding of how ancient peoples saw their world. You continue to explore this space, allowing yourself to be immersed in its mysteries, feeling your mind calm and your heart filled with peace. Göbekli Tepe becomes for you not just an archaeological site, but a living testament to human culture, breathing and creating connections between the past and the present. You understand that each carving on the stones, each image, is part of a shared heritage that continues to inspire today, forging a link with those who once stood here, looked at these same stars, and pondered the same questions about life and the meaning of existence. You continue your journey through Göbekli Tepe, and suddenly you are struck by a sense of wonder as you realize the main paradox of this place. Its construction was carried out by hunter-gatherers, people who seemingly lacked the necessary resources and technologies for such a large-scale project. This question begins to turn in your mind like a riddle that needs to be solved. How could primitive tribes living in conditions of migration and constant dependence on natural resources organize the creation of such a complex and magnificent complex? This place was built thousands of years before the advent of agriculture, settled life, writing, and pottery. You notice how this thought changes your perception of ancient people, who might have had a much more sophisticated social and organizational structure than is commonly believed. You delve into thoughts about how, in the absence of a familiar hierarchy and specialized professions, these people could unite their efforts for a common goal, using the power of the community and collective intelligence. You feel this idea of unity and cooperation filling you with warmth, for it was in these conditions that the first forms of social organization could have emerged. It is intriguing that some researchers suggest that the construction of such complexes could have been the basis for the formation of the first settled communities. You imagine people gathering together to discuss their ideas and dreams, sharing resources and knowledge, creating strong bonds that connected them not only with nature, but also with each other. The place where you are becomes a symbol of this collective power, which could overcome difficulties and unite people for a common goal. You feel the air around you filled with the spirit of unity, and each stone slab seems to you not just a part of the structure, but a testament to human ingenuity and the desire for joint work. Against this backdrop, you understand that Göbekli Tepe is not just an archaeological site, but a reflection of how humanity, from ancient times, sought paths of unity and cooperation. You contemplate these powerful megaliths which, like sentinels, stand here, preserving the secrets and mysteries, waiting for someone to decipher their meaning. You seem to hear the whisper of history that envelops you, drawing you into deep contemplation. You realize that each stone, each carving could have been part of some ritual that united people in a single impulse, creating an atmosphere of sacred space where they could gather, exchange knowledge, and build their dreams. You allow yourself to take a deep breath, feeling how this place penetrates your thoughts and feelings, filling you with a sense of connection to those who lived here thousands of years ago. Convinced that these megaliths are not just stones, but symbols of human resilience and the desire to find meaning in life, you continue your journey, opening up new facets of this unique place where history and mystery merge into one. You continue to explore Göbekli Tepe, and your attention is drawn to the theory of Klaus Schmidt, who posits that this unique complex could have been the first temple in human history. You envision ancient people still unfamiliar with settled life and cities, gathering here for rituals and assemblies, uniting their efforts in the search for meaning and understanding of the world around them. Each word of Schmidt resonates in your thoughts, painting a picture of how the first spiritual practices might have emerged, potentially laying the foundation for the further development of society. You imagine these people not only gathering for rituals, but also for the exchange of knowledge, the discussion of important issues, and the forging of bonds stronger than mere coexistence. Your soul is filled with a sense that religion could have been that unifying force that preceded settlement, an essential element that helped people find meaning in their lives despite the constant changes and challenges they faced. You notice how this idea opens new horizons for understanding human history, indicating that communal experiences and spiritual practices could have been an integral part of the transition to a settled way of life. You ponder how exactly faith and rituals could have inspired people to create more resilient forms of life, which later led to the emergence of the first villages and cities. You feel the atmosphere of this place filled with the spirit of sacred unity, and each stone begins to speak to you in the language of antiquity, revealing its secrets. You sense that time loses its usual clarity, and you seem to be transported to those distant times when life was bustling here, when people sought answers to eternal questions under the open sky, surrounded by mighty stones that stood as witnesses to their aspirations and hopes. Your soul is filled with deep gratitude for these moments when ancient mysteries become accessible to your understanding, opening up a world where faith and collective actions merge, creating a foundation for future civilizations. You allow yourself to be immersed in these reflections, listening to the whisper of history that seems to embrace you, filling you with inner harmony and peace. You continue your journey, feeling that Göbekli Tepe becomes not just a place, but a symbol of human striving for unity, the search for meaning, and a deep understanding of one's place in this world, where each stone holds a part of the souls of those who once sought answers under this vast sky. You continue to wander through this mysterious place, and your gaze once again falls on the extraordinary symbols carved into the stones of Göbekli Tepe. These images, filled with deep symbolism, seem to you not just as artistic creations, but as messages encrypted in stone. You notice that some of the megaliths depict animals such as bison and snakes, and you ponder what role they might have played in the mythology and beliefs of ancient people. Perhaps these symbols served not only to convey ideas about the world, but also as representations of spirits that, in their view, inhabited these animals. Your imagination paints pictures of how the first cultic rituals might have been connected to these images, inspiring people to seek understanding of their place in the vast universe. You feel the atmosphere of this place permeated with the spirit of knowledge, as you begin to realize that Göbekli Tepe could have been not only a religious center, but also an observatory where ancient people watched the heavens. You envision the night sky above you filled with countless stars, and how these stars might have served as guiding lights for those seeking answers to questions about life and death. You notice that some structures are aligned in such a way that they could point to significant astronomical events, such as equinoxes and solstices. This idea fills your heart with awe as you realize that the ancient inhabitants of this place possessed remarkable knowledge of celestial cycles. You sense how this deep interest in astronomy might have been the foundation for the creation of the first calendars, which helped people organize their lives: the time for sowing, the time for harvesting, the time for rituals. You hear the wind whispering around you, and this whisper seems to transport you back to those ancient times when people looked to the stars for signs and omens. Each star, each moon, each comet could have been a sign influencing their daily lives and spiritual practices. You imagine a group of people gathering under the open sky, intently observing the movements of celestial bodies, anticipating the time for a significant ritual. In this space filled with light and shadow, you feel as if every stone, every crack, and every symbol participates in this event, as if they convey ancient knowledge and wisdom. You reflect on how this pursuit of understanding the celestial order might have contributed not only to the development of religious beliefs but also to science, art, and architecture. You allow yourself to be immersed in these thoughts, feeling as if Göbekli Tepe becomes not just a place where the spiritual and physical intersect, but also a symbol of humanity's quest to understand its connection to the universe. You feel your heart filled with joy at the realization that even in such ancient times, people sought harmony with the world around them, using their knowledge of the heavens to create meanings that continue to resonate today. Your soul is filled with awe for the wisdom of our ancestors, who may have understood more than we can imagine, and you feel how this knowledge, this ancient stream of thought and feeling, continues to flow through the centuries, connecting us to those who laid the foundation for our existence. You continue to explore Göbekli Tepe, and your thoughts carry you to the mystery that envelops this place like a light fog. You ponder the phenomenon of intentional burial of this magnificent complex, which was meticulously covered with earth roughly 1,000 years after its construction. You find yourself intrigued by what could have prompted ancient people to make such a decision. Why did they choose to conceal their greatest creation beneath layers of earth? Your imagination begins to paint pictures of people gathering in a circle, admiring their achievements, yet experiencing something deeper than mere pride in their creations. Perhaps this was part of a ritual in which they sought protection for their sacred place, aiming to keep it hidden from the eyes of future generations. You notice how the wind whispers, as if trying to convey the ancient secrets hidden within these stones. You feel that the burial of Göbekli Tepe could have served not only as protection, but also as a symbol of transformation, as if ancient people were striving for a new stage of their existence, leaving behind their spiritual practices and customs that might have seemed outdated in a changing world. You envision them believing that such a sacrifice could help them ascend to a higher level of consciousness or ensure the well-being of their descendants. This process of entombment may be akin to a metaphor of life and death, where every creation, every sacred place must pass through its cycles of birth and disappearance. Your imagination takes new turns as you contemplate what might have been hidden beneath the earth. Perhaps they left not only stones and symbols, but also a part of their souls, their hopes, and their fears. You picture them in deep silence, surrounded by the sounds of nature, whispering their prayers and incantations, binding their fates to this place that became sacred to them. You feel how this spiritual energy slowly permeates you, and you begin to understand that Göbekli Tepe is not just an archaeological site, but a special space that remembers its creators. You allow yourself to consider what knowledge and traditions might have been lost with this place and how their disappearance could have affected subsequent generations. Perhaps the burial of Göbekli Tepe became a symbol of fading away, Yet this event could have opened new horizons for future seekers of knowledge. You realize that even if ancient people chose to hide their greatest creation, it continues to live in the memories of those who come here, in their hearts and souls. You feel how this stream of history and mythology which permeates Göbekli Tepe connects you with those who were here before you, and you open yourself to a new understanding of what it means to be part of this endless chain of life, death, and rebirth. In your heart, a spark of understanding ignites that each stone and each crack here tells a story, and these stories continue to live in everyone who is willing to listen. You continue to delve into contemplation of Göbekli Tepe and realize that this place not only holds ancient secrets, but also rewrites the history of human civilization. Each stone, each carved detail, carries more than just architectural achievements. They are evidence of complex social structures that, as recent research shows, could have existed long before the emergence of known cities and civilizations. Your thoughts drift to how archaeologists and historians are now forced to reassess their traditional views on societal development. You feel a sense of wonder and awe awakened within you. Here, in this sacred place, you understand that the people who built Göbekli Tepe possessed not only skills but also deep religious beliefs that could have shaped the foundations of their society. You notice how your heart fills with respect for those who created these monumental structures, which may have served as sites for rituals, uniting people in their search for higher powers. You imagine people gathering here in the era when Göbekli Tepe was built to worship, exchange ideas, and form communities. Perhaps it was a place where the first concepts of the divine, something higher and more important than their daily lives, were born. This thought fills you with energy, as if you are becoming part of this ancient ritual. Research indicates that complex social structures, which seem to emerge only with the development of agriculture and cities, could have existed in the pre-agricultural period. You allow yourself to ponder how this discovery changes our understanding of humans as social beings, striving for unity and collective action. Each time you look at these stone constructions, you feel they compel you to explore questions that have troubled humanity for centuries. How did these ideas arise? What drove people to gather and create such massive structures? You realize that each stone here may be more than just a part of the construction. It is a piece of human history, a fragment of a mosaic that helps us understand where we came from and where we are going. This place becomes not just an object of study, but a source of deep reflection on the nature of humanity, on how we seek meaning and connection in our existence. You feel that Göbekli Tepe, with its majestic stone structures and mysterious reliefs, challenges our perception of time. It makes you consider that the development of human civilization was not a linear process, but rather a complex interweaving of ideas, beliefs, and social practices that could arise and disappear like waves on the surface of the sea. You notice how this concept opens new horizons for understanding history, allowing you to feel part of this endless chain of human experience. Each step you take on this sacred ground resonates in your consciousness, reminding you that we are all connected to those who lived here thousands of years ago in their search for meaning which continues to stir us today. You allow yourself to fully immerse in this moment, enjoying the atmosphere that envelops you like a warm blanket. The sounds of nature fill your consciousness, and you feel each breath filling you with calm and serenity. Your soul is filled with the knowledge that Göbekli Tepe is not just a monument, but a living testament to our shared history, which continues to develop and connect us with our ancestors. You feel this connection to the past allows you to understand yourself and your place in the world, as if time and space merge into one, opening doors to new possibilities and understanding. You feel the anticipation and excitement in the air when you think about the ongoing research at Göbekli Tepe. Each newly discovered site and artifact reveals a veil of mystery that envelops this magnificent sanctuary. Archaeologists, like detectives of time, return here again and again, hoping to unravel the secrets hidden in the ancient stones. You can imagine them carefully removing centuries-old deposits, feeling the cold stone beneath their hands, which once was part of rituals, perhaps even those that helped people find meaning in their existence. Each new season of excavation brings fresh data and discoveries that can change our understanding of the Neolithic period and the societies of that time. You can picture researchers examining the tools, pottery, bone fragments, and seeds found, which can tell us about the diet, customs, and interaction with the natural environment of the people who lived there. The research shows that this sacred place was not only a site for rituals but also for the exchange of ideas that could influence broader communities. You feel this discovery expands your understanding, as it is here that the foundations of human communication and collective consciousness were laid. Each found artifact seems to whisper to you about the complexity and richness of life in those distant times. You can imagine future scientists studying the remains to understand how people lived and worked, how different groups interacted with each other, exchanging knowledge or cultural practices. The research shows that Göbekli Tepe could have served not only as a religious center, but also as a gathering place for discussions and the exchange of experience. You feel this place, despite its antiquity, continues to inspire a new generation of scholars and history enthusiasts who strive to unravel its mysteries. As you visualize the gradual unveiling of new layers of history, you see how these discoveries can also shed light on broader aspects of human evolution. Researchers are increasingly focusing on how Neolithic societies could influence each other, creating networks of connections that spanned vast territories. You notice how archaeological finds in Göbekli Tepe can be linked to other sites of that era, such as Çatalhöyük or Catalhöyük, and how this emphasizes the importance of exchange and interaction between different cultures. You feel this understanding creates bridges between the past and the present, allowing you to see how closely intertwined the fates of people have been over thousands of years. Each new discovery at Göbekli Tepe evokes a sense of wonder, as if you are becoming part of this intriguing history. You can almost feel the ancient people gathering around these stone structures, discussing their dreams and hopes, creating bonds that continue to this day. This place, filled with the spirit of research and discovery, becomes not just an object of study but also a source of inspiration for contemplating how history and culture shape our perception of the world. You feel this knowledge penetrates your heart and mind, connecting you with those who lived here and with those who continue to explore and decipher their legacy. You understand that in this endless stream of time, where each new research adds brushstrokes to the canvas of human history, you too leave your mark, perhaps invisible but significant for the overall understanding of who we are. Göbekli Tepe remains one of the most captivating and enigmatic archaeological discoveries, and as you delve into its mysteries, you feel challenged in your assumptions about the ancient world. You imagine the people who once gathered in this ancient sanctuary among the majestic stone pillars, seeking to understand their place in the universe, creating rituals and ceremonies that could serve as a bridge between them and the higher powers. Each stone here holds a story, and as you study them, you not only uncover facts, but also immerse yourself in the world of emotions and thoughts of people who lived thousands of years ago. You can almost hear their voices filled with hope and fear as they turn to the gods, and this fills you with a deep sense of respect for their aspirations. Göbekli Tepe offers a new perspective on the birth of human civilization, opening up possibilities for reinterpreting how we understand Neolithic communities and their interconnections. You realize that each discovery challenges traditional notions of how societies evolved and how they could organize their lives around spiritual and social practices. In this extraordinary place where history and myth intertwine, you feel like a participant in a great ongoing investigation. Each new layer of earth that is explored, each artifact that is brought to the surface, becomes a part of an immense mosaic that has shaped our roots. You understand that Göbekli Tepe is not just a museum of antiquities, but a living witness to history that continues to inspire and create new questions about how our ancestors interacted with each other and the world around them. In this light, you realize that every step you take in this sanctuary brings you closer to understanding not only the past, but also yourself. You feel how this place connects you with deep truths that remain relevant today, and how its mysteries await to be uncovered. Göbekli Tepe offers you a unique opportunity to become a part of this research that has been ongoing for centuries, and you understand that its enigmas will continue to inspire many generations of seekers of knowledge. As you delve into the depths of this sanctuary, you also delve into the very essence of human nature in the quest to find answers to eternal questions about life, death, and our place in the vast ocean of time. As you continue your journey, you feel history unfolding before you like a magnificent scroll, filled with mysteries and secrets. You recall the Pyramids of Giza, standing tall amidst the endless sands, their ancient wisdom and grandeur captivating you, prompting you to ponder how they were built and for what purpose. Each of these pyramids, like colossal stone pages, holds not only the secrets of the ancient Egyptians, but also questions that continue to puzzle researchers. You can almost feel the warmth of the sun's rays on their surfaces and hear the whisper of the wind carrying the stories of those who once labored to create them. Your imagination paints vivid scenes, thousands of workers toiling under the scorching sun, their hands deftly placing stones to build something more magnificent than just a pharaoh's tomb. The Great Pyramid of Khufu, for instance, is one of the 7 wonders of the world, and you understand that its grandeur lies not only in its size, but also in the complexity of the engineering solutions used in its construction. Comparing it to Göbekli Tepe, you notice a remarkable difference in the approaches and goals that drove these ancient cultures. Göbekli Tepe, with its enigmatic stone circles, seems to address deeper spiritual aspects of human existence. Among these ancient pillars, you feel a connection to those who sought answers to life's and death's mysteries, who created rituals to unite their tribe and connect with higher powers. This place, perhaps the first temple of humanity, where each stone symbolizes not just a physical object, but also deep human emotions, hopes, and fears. You realize that each of these stories is not just a collection of facts, but an informative puzzle requiring explanation and understanding. How could these cultures, living in different times and conditions, create such magnificent structures that continue to inspire and awe people thousands of years later? You delve into contemplation about how they perceived the world around them, how they organized their lives, and what rituals were important to them. These places are not just architectural monuments, they are living witnesses to time, telling us about our common heritage. You begin to understand that behind every stone lies not just a story, but an entire epoch filled with intriguing events and personal fates. You feel how this journey unites you with those who came before you, and how their questions, aspirations, and hopes resonate with your own. In this context, you realize that your experience at Göbekli Tepe is not just an archaeological study, but an opportunity to explore the very essence of human nature, the questions that concern us all: where we came from, where we are going, and what our connections are to each other and the world around us. In this context, your reflections become deeper, and you understand that each discovery adds a new layer to your understanding of history and your place within it. What if these artifacts are merely fragments of a much larger puzzle? What if ancient civilizations possessed knowledge and technologies that we are only beginning to uncover? You stand on the edge of this mysterious world, surrounded by stone walls that seem to hold countless secrets. Your thoughts begin to wander like stars on a night sky, and you notice how each place you visited has its unique features and enigmatic connections to other cultures about which you are still unaware. When you look at the stone structures of Göbekli Tepe, you realize that they are not just buildings, but perhaps keys to understanding a more complex network of human history. You can feel a gentle breeze that brings with it a light scent of grass and earth, as if nature itself is whispering to you about the secrets it has held for millennia. Your hands touch the cold stone, and you feel its texture, as if it were telling you its story, the story of ancient people who created it, imbuing it with their hopes and dreams. You wonder, what were their thoughts when they created these sacred places? How did they see the world around them? And what technologies could have allowed them to reach such heights in architecture and spirituality? Perhaps these artifacts are not just the result of labor, but reflections of a deeper understanding of nature and the cosmos, of which we are still only guessing. You are filled with this thought as it seems that the stones themselves begin to glow with a soft light, as if they were filled with life and knowledge waiting to be discovered. You breathe deeply, feeling the air filled with the aromas of nature entering your lungs and calming your mind. This moment fills you with tranquility and wonder as you realize that each step you take on this land brings you closer to the solution of a great mystery that could change our understanding of human civilization. And here, among the ancient columns and mysterious symbols, you begin to understand that you have the opportunity to be a part of this history, to continue it, to explore and uncover new horizons. You ask yourself, what else lies beyond the visible? What knowledge awaits to be revealed?